Lord of the Mysteries 2, Audiobook, Part 34.
Chapter 826, Entry. Lumion directly activated the black mark on his right shoulder and teleported to the edge of the boundless cemetery, right at the entrance to the underground mausoleum. This place looked like the mouth of a giant beast, with gray-white stone steps stretching down into the dark, deep throat. Lumion suspected Julie had already entered the mausoleum. Whatever the Demoness Sect's plan was, it ultimately had to involve the sealed 0-01 deep within the mausoleum. Lumion sniffed around the entrance, detecting only the scents of grass, trees, and the earthy smell after rain. There was no trace of Julie's fragrance. At the same time, he scrutinized the gray-white stone steps descending into the darkness, looking for fresh footprints. There had been a thunderstorm earlier. No signs of Julie. Lumion turned and transformed into a blazing white spear, shooting across hundreds of meters and landing beside the Knowledge Cathedral. He didn't take a detour, opening the nearest stained glass window and jumping into the church, quickly running to Herberg, who was dressed in a plain white robe with brass thread. "Your Grace, do you know which room Celeste is staying in?" Lumion's breath was steady, but he spoke quickly. Herberg, the Archbishop of Morora, smiled and replied, "The third floor, the room closest to the cemetery, with a view of the mausoleum entrance." Lumion was taken aback. "You knew all along." He didn't waste time asking further, igniting white flames on his body and darting like a javelin towards the staircase. After a few turns, Lumion reached Celeste's room. He grasped the brass handle, gently twisted it, and pushed open the wooden door. The room was tidy, with minimal furnishings: a single bed, a desk, a chair, and a shelf for books and miscellaneous items, giving off a monastic austerity. "Indeed, Celeste is gone as well." Lumion confirmed his suspicion. He didn't immediately enter the room, sensing it was filled with invisible, pathogen-laden webs, like a poisonous spider's nest. While preparing to burn the unseen webs, he observed further. He noticed Celeste might have been playing the part of a corrupted experiment subject, as the room lacked any unnecessary items. With her disappearance, even the spare black robes were gone, leaving the room empty, save for a mirror on the desk by the window. The mirror was a common dressing mirror, not unusual in a Demoness room. But it sparked a thought in Lumion: did Celeste leave through the mirror world? The law enforcers usually entered and exited together. She couldn't have bet on the Knowledge Cathedral turning a blind eye and walked out alone. Is she meeting Julie somewhere in the mirror world? Did Julie and Celeste use the mirror world to enter the mausoleum, leaving no traces at the entrance? With this in mind, Lumion's thoughts raced, forming a web of connections from various bits of information and ideas. He quickly made a guess: did Celeste patrol the mausoleum as an experiment subject several times to place mirrors at key points or obtain coordinates of similar reflective items? "When I used the mirror cufflink before, I couldn't identify which mirrors were in the mausoleum or if they were dangerous." This was the Demoness Sect's preparation, and now, Celeste has control over the mirrors in the mausoleum and can start the operation? Why not act immediately after her last patrol? Were a few days needed for other preparations? As his thoughts raced, Lumion whispered, "Termoboros, do you think I should enter the mausoleum now or continue my studies, hoping Julie and Celeste fail?" Before Termoboros could respond, Lumion laughed and said, "I won't rely on others to fail." He had made his decision. He would enter the mausoleum to disrupt and stop the Demoness Sect's actions, buying a few more days. The only issue was that in the mausoleum, he had to be blindfolded and couldn't read or study during the downtime. Is there a way to convert text to sound? Aurora's grimoires mention related ideas and preliminary results, but I'm not a warlock. Lumion sighed internally, then heard Termoboros's layered, majestic voice: "It's very dangerous." "You're actually answering. Is this a genuine warning or a hidden plot?" He only mentioned the danger, without strongly dissuading me. "No matter whether Termoboros opposes or tempts me, I'm going." Lumion quickly calmed himself, chuckled, and said, "Maybe we'll both become 0-01's puppets." "Not including me," Termoboros responded in a powerful voice. Is that so? Lumion once again transformed into a flaming spear and swiftly returned to the cathedral hall. He approached Harburg, holding 3 books, and smiled. Your Grace, I still have 2.5 books left to read. Do you have a way to convert the remaining knowledge into sound so I can study while exploring the mausoleum? Harburg's wrinkles smoothed out, and his expression became even gentler. Good, good, this is the attitude needed for study. He took out a brass sheet and accepted the books from Lumion. In Harburg's amber eyes, countless symbols and words swirled and spun. Lumion saw tiny glimmers rising from the books, converging into a river that flowed into the brass sheet. What kind of mystic art is this? Lumion was mesmerized. Before coming to Lemberg, he had gathered detailed information about the Church of Knowledge, including some details about the Reader Pathway. He knew the sequence 5 of the Reader Pathway was called Mysticism Magister, capable of inventing and creating unique spells. Soon, the glimmers vanished, and the brass sheet became more lustrous, with its symbols and patterns gaining more depth. With 2 snaps, Harburg broke off 2 corners from the brass sheet and molded them into cylindrical shapes. Lumion watched, jaw dropping. Without the aid of fire, breaking off 2 pieces of brass with just my hands is quite difficult, let alone molding them like clay with my fingers. Your Grace, are all readers this strong, or is it unique to you as a puppet? Your fingers could probably crush my bones to dust. Or is this a side effect of the mystic art? Insert them into your ears. The activation spell is Listen in Ancient Hermes, as I know you only speak this language and haven't mastered Jotun or Elvish yet. The deactivation spell is Stop. Harburg handed the brass sheet and the 2 cylindrical brass earplugs to Lumion. Lumion instinctively argued, I know Hermes too. He understood Harburg was referring to languages capable of invoking supernatural powers. Hermes? Harburg laughed. Lumion sensed contempt for the Hermes language in his laughter and expression. With time running out, Lumion didn't ask further, inserting 1 brass earplug and pocketing the rest. He then transformed into a blazing white spear and flew from the open stained glass window to the mausoleum entrance. Lumion calmed his breathing, took a carbide lamp and white bandages from the traveler's bag. After lighting the carbide lamp, he wrapped the bandages around his head, covering his eyes. Lumion's vision gradually turned pitch black. For a hunter who relied heavily on sight, this was far from a pleasant experience. Feeling his way, he picked up the carbide lamp and cautiously descended the gray-white stone steps. He focused on maintaining his balance, worried about stepping wrong and tumbling down like a wheel into the mausoleum. He wasn't afraid of getting hurt but feared extinguishing the lamp. Being blind is no fun. Lumion muttered, constructing a mental map. Most of the map's content came from the 0-01 ceiling information and the book examples of mausoleum construction, with some from his nightmares over the past few days. Using the mental map, his heightened senses, and his control over his body, Lumion gradually adapted to the darkness, descending more steadily. Finally, he reached the bottom of the stairs and officially entered the mausoleum. He felt the surrounding darkness surge like a tide, eroding his skin, bringing a chill and a slow drain of life force. Almost simultaneously, his right palm turned icy cold. The abnormal life force drain stopped. The underworld Taoist's mark activated? Lumion silently mused, in this situation, even without a lit carbide lamp, I shouldn't encounter any issues in the mausoleum's darkness. When I find Julie and Celeste, I could use my hunter ability to extinguish their lamps directly. But Julie is special, and Celeste likely is too. It might not be easy to have the darkness engulf them. Blindfolded, Lumion turned and sensed the abscessed hand's head location using the semi-activated black mark on his right shoulder. He planned to find this thing first, then stop Julie and Celeste. Then, he could toss the separated abscessed hand parts together and see what mutation occurs, giving the enemies a surprise. Perhaps because they were in the same mausoleum, Lumion quickly sensed the summoning and special connection from Hand Bro. It was not far. Chapter 827, Blind Battle. Morora, 5th floor of the Knowledge Cathedral. A law enforcer in a black robe stood at the window, looking at the entrance to the underground mausoleum, which resembled the mouth of a giant beast. In his eyes, Lumien's figure could be seen descending the gray-white stone steps one by one. Elsewhere in Morora, Albus Medici stood by another window. However, his gaze was not on the nearby buildings but on the cemetery and Lumien, neither of which could be seen from this street. Is it starting? The descendant of the Red Angel chuckled. Blindfolded, Lumien moved steadily through the darkness, guided by the mental map in his mind, approaching the location of the abscessed hand's head. This is the end. I need to turn left. It's exactly like the diagram in the book. Lumien reached out his right hand, not holding the carbide lamp, and touched something cold and hard. It was likely a wall. He then turned left, walked a bit further, and stopped. He sensed the abscessed hand's head was just a few meters to his right, while the surroundings were eerily silent. Lumien turned, extending his right hand in that direction, but he only felt an equally cold, hard wall. Behind the wall? According to the diagram, there should be a room behind here, and the door is about 5 meters ahead. Even though he couldn't see, the importance of knowledge became evident in this situation. Counting his steps, he reached what should be the door and felt around, finding the wooden board. He fumbled for the handle, gently twisted it, and pushed open the slightly ajar door. Meanwhile, he mused internally, Albus casually threw it, and the hand bro's head ended up here? Even if it bounced around, it shouldn't have gotten this far. Even though it's not very far from the entrance, there were 2 turns, and the door is even closed. Did the door close afterward? Growing more cautious, Lumien listened for any sounds beyond the door. It was completely silent. He slowly entered the room, moving towards the corner from which the rotten stench emanated, his connection to the abscessed hand growing clearer. His right hand was ready to draw the sword of courage from the traveler's bag at any moment, while his left, holding the carbide lamp, reached for abscessed hand's head. The head was higher than he expected, placed on a shelf rather than the ground. Suddenly, his fist brushed against something slimy and damp, which wriggled slightly. 5 cold, finger-like things instantly grabbed Lumien's left fist. A chill ran down his spine. Encountering such a thing while blindfolded was many times more terrifying. He couldn't tell what it was. But he was certain it wasn't the abscessed hand's head, as that was just a head. In a flash, Lumien's left fist ignited with blazing white flames. His fist moved forward, accelerating suddenly, snapping sharply between the finger-like things. Boom! The explosion scattered the slimy fingers, and Lumien used the semi-activated black mark on his right shoulder to teleport behind what he presumed was the abscessed hand's head. Humph! Lumien exhaled 2 beams of white light from his nostrils. He felt he had hit his target. Without waiting for his opponent to fall, he swung his left fist, burning with intense flames, while his right hand stayed ready to draw the sword of courage. Bang! It felt like hitting an elastic, dead wood. He unleashed his accumulated flaming forces. Boom! The violent blast pushed the slimy wood forward a bit. Then, there was silence, with no sound of something hitting the ground. Cautiously, Lumien transformed into a blazing white spear and charged. He felt himself piercing through a withered tree filled with rust and flesh, landing in front of the abscessed hand's head amidst a strong, pungent odor. There was no resistance, no real counterattack. Is it over? Lumien, still blindfolded, felt uneasy. He kept his right hand in the traveler's bag, holding the carbide lamp's handle with his mouth, reaching up with his left hand, prepared to use the spirit world traversal if needed. In the still atmosphere, Lumien touched the slimy, foul-smelling, limp flesh and greasy, disgusting leads. This should be hand bro's hair. No other abnormalities. Lumien mustered his courage and continued feeling around. Soon, he touched a decaying neck, then a wounded shoulder. A shoulder. Despite being mentally prepared, Lumien was still startled. The abscessed hand's head couldn't have grown a body, right? After waiting a few seconds with no sudden attack, Lumion grabbed the greasy weeds that were likely the hair and pulled. As he applied force, there was a reluctant, cork-popping plop sound. His center of gravity wavered as if he had pulled something free. He had torn off the head. Almost simultaneously, Lumion sensed the abscessed hand's body parts inside the traveler's bag moving, but they couldn't breach the spatial barrier, only wriggling closer, pushing away other items. This is Hand Bro's head. Then who tried to shake hands with me? Scenes flashed through Lumion's mind, a head dragging a bloody spine flying through the air, a headless body chasing it. In the mausoleum ceiling 0-01, there must be similar headless bodies, and one of them took Hand Bro's head, attaching it to its neck. No wonder Albus's casual toss brought Hand Bro's head all the way here. Lumion quickly guessed, finding the situation both amusing and horrifying. If the headless body and the abscessed hand's head stayed together for months, something terrifying might happen. Lumion didn't dare put the head in the traveler's bag, which would inevitably cause the body parts to reunite, summoning the abscessed hand. He wanted to wait until he encountered Julie, Celeste, Albus, or Wannick. Holding the head and the lamp, Lumion prepared to leave the room. Suddenly, Lumion felt something and flinched his right shoulder. He sensed that something was trying to pat him. But when he moved away, everything returned to normal, silent and still. Lumion's body ignited with blazing white flames that expanded outward in a spherical shape, pushing in all directions. The flames only ignited the object that had originally held the abscessed hand's head. Unable to see, Lumion didn't dwell on what had tried to pat his shoulder. Recalling the earlier battle, he quickly determined his position and direction. Then, he walked steadily back to the door and exited, acting as if he could see every detail around him. Finally obtaining the abscessed hand's head gave Lumion a bit of confidence. Using the mental map he had formed, he made his way to the lowest level of the underground mausoleum, filled with puppet soldiers. Blindfolded with layers of white bandages, he occasionally turned right, walked forward, descended stairs, and fumbled to open heavy or simple doors. He didn't forget to activate the brass amulet in ancient Hermes, listening with one ear and monitoring his surroundings with the other. As he walked, Lumion suddenly conjured a flame in his right palm and flung it ahead, forming a burning straight sword. It seemed to hit something, but it could have just been an illusion. Lumion didn't maintain the flaming sword, letting it extinguish. He didn't investigate whether he had encountered something real or if it was just a reaction from his tense, sightless state. Though his knowledge didn't explicitly cover it, his past experiences hinted at a key point. In the underground mausoleum, if you believe something is real, it likely becomes real. As long as it doesn't pose a direct threat, it's best to ignore potential dangers. After descending another staircase, Lumion suddenly felt like he was being watched by numerous eyes. At that moment, he had the urge to tear off his bandages and see what was happening. Plop! A cold drop of liquid fell on the back of his left hand. It felt sticky, but there was no smell of blood. Plop, plop, plop. The cold droplets increased, falling faster and faster, like a sudden downpour. Inside the mausoleum, 20 to 30 meters underground, it started to rain. What the hell is going on? What's around me? The book only mentioned a hall here, straight ahead to the exit, but it didn't provide a detailed layout or mention anything special inside. Lumion endured the soaking rain and, under countless watching eyes, stepped forward with his right foot. Thud! A drumbeat suddenly sounded, as if striking Lumion's heart, making him feel like he wanted to spit out blood. Thud! 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 The drumming grew clearer and more intense. Lumion also faintly heard a soft, scratching chuckle. Chapter 828, Same Kind? Drumming echoed continuously, each beat resonating with Lumion's heartbeat, making him feel like he was about to vomit blood. Enduring the discomfort, Lumion pushed through the cold liquid like a sudden downpour, under countless watching eyes and strange, soft chuckles, steadfastly moving forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, suddenly a blood-red color lit up his bandage-wrapped vision. It was a reddish plain, with an army of undead in iron-black armor advancing. My first nightmare after I started studying? The thought flashed through Lumien's mind. He then noticed the scene before him fracturing, overlaid with images of burning palaces, forests of thunder, mountains of corpses, and rows of blindfolded experimental subjects marching. These were all from his recent nightmares. Lumien realized it wasn't the bandages losing their effect but a powerful hallucination induced by something, blending reality and illusion. Meanwhile, the monotone voice in his left ear stopped reciting knowledge from books and became sharp and raspy, shouting something unintelligible. Lumien's right palm suddenly felt hot, with a slight burning sensation. The residual aura of Blood Emperor Alista Tudor had been triggered. Simultaneously, the mark from the underworld Taoist grew colder, suppressing the emerging violence and madness, while a slight burning sensation appeared on Lumien's left chest. Is this a mishmash of everything? Lumien mentally mocked himself. With these changes, the cold liquid droplets softened, like cold, wet hands brushing against his body. The war drumbeats no longer synchronized with his heartbeat, the mysterious gazes lost their unnerving power, and the scratching chuckles turned into soft, alluring singing. Lumien paused, guessing at what was happening. He maintained a steady pace, heading deeper into the hall marked on his mental map. The raindrops, drumming, gazes, and singing remained unchanged, allowing him to proceed smoothly. This must be the corruption from the 0-01 sealing information and knowledge I've learned, triggering hallucinations and making the dangers here see me as one of their own, similarly corrupted. This also triggered the Blood Emperor's residual aura, causing a chain reaction with the Underworld Taoist's mark and Mr. Fool's seal. Without these, I might have truly become a puppet like the others here, or real experimental subject. Did Mr. Fool's seal also passively confuse perceptions? Deciding based on similar levels of corruption could be a mysticism principle or an exploit. As his thoughts cleared, Lumien raised his right hand, pressing it to his left chest, silently muttering and joking with himself, "Praise Mr. Fool. Thanks to Archbishop Herberg, thanks to the power of knowledge. Learning brings me joy." While listening to the strange roars in his earplugs, Lumien tried to discern any hidden information, maintaining his quick pace to avoid provoking unseen dangers. Estimating his steps and distance, comparing it with his mental map, Lumien finally reached what should be the hall's exit. At that moment, the nightmare scenes in his vision changed. He seemed to be at a high place, looking down at a mountain of corpses and bones. His gaze moved down, past the burning pale flames and dark red lights in the eye sockets of the skeletons, past the rotting flesh and pale bones, to the dark red near black ground, and the iron-black armor. The metallic surface of the armor reflected a single black figure. Lumien saw it clearly. It was the bespectacled, scholarly-looking serial killer Gay. This exile, sent to Morora with Lumien, Julie, and Les, had vanished after spending some time in the Knowledge Cathedral. The reflections of Gay on the armor seemed to sense Lumien's gaze, suddenly looking up, but quickly lowering his head again, as if realizing it was a mistake. The fragmented scenes vanished. Gay? His reflection on the iron-black armet. Like mirrors. Is he the mirror person who infiltrated Morora? Lumien's eyes widened behind the white bandages. He quickly compared Gay's figure with the mirror person from his nightmares, highly likely the same. So it's him. And he even knows to study in the Knowledge Cathedral. He's now around that mountain of corpses? Lumien suddenly felt that Gay might be as troublesome and dangerous as Albus Medici, Julie, Celeste, or Wannick. Recalling the recent scene, Lumien thought his perspective was odd, at the top of the mountain of corpses, overlooking everything. Did I share the perspective of 0-01? Right, being heavily corrupted means becoming its puppet, and it seems high-level hunters can share power, damage, vision, hearing, and feelings with their team. 0-01 just considered me one of its own? It didn't give me power like Wannick, probably not fully accepted. If I read all the remaining books and mastered the knowledge, would the corruption reach a critical point, making 0-01 see me as a fully submissive puppet, while I'm not? In such a case, I could approach it and find a way to leave a mark. This matches my earlier guess. The purpose of the test is to gauge the level of corruption, my body's endurance, and the balance of the various corruptions within me. I really needed to ace it. If I had anything in colored Archbishop Heribert's judgment, I'd have been the one suffering. I would either become a true puppet of 0-01 or die here due to insufficient corruption. Knowledge is indeed power, knowledge indeed holds wealth. Lumion couldn't help but curse Julie and Celeste. Those two demonesses raised by pigs had prevented him from completing his studies. Since it had already happened, he could only keep cursing while passing through the hall's exit. After walking a few dozen meters along the marked passage, Lumion suddenly felt a disturbance to the side, hearing the sound of something heavy moving through the air. Holding his carbide lamp and the head of the abscessed hand, he lunged forward and rolled away. Thud! The sound of something heavy hitting the ground echoed. Using the sound, Lumion quickly sketched an image of the enemy in his mind, a giant sword. In the underground mausoleum, the only beings carrying giant swords without feeling alive that Lumion could think of were the puppet soldiers. Am I being attacked by a puppet soldier in this passage? Hey, we're on the same side. We're both 0-01 soldiers. Surprised, Lumion heard a whooshing sound as the giant sword swung down again. Completely blind, Lumion activated the black mark on his right shoulder, teleporting behind the suspected puppet soldier attacker. Simultaneously, knowledge from the doll crafting and maintenance book flashed in his mind. The puppet soldiers used in the underground tomb are uniformly 2 meters tall, made of iron. Their weapons come in 4 types: giant swords, hammers, spears, and bows. The weakest point of the puppet soldiers is their neck, due to mechanical structure issues and the inevitable development brought by the mausoleum's corrupting forces. As this knowledge flashed by, Lumion leaped, tensed his chest muscles, spread his arms, raised his right fist, and aimed at the back of the puppet soldier's neck, as constructed in his mind. His fist ignited with layers of compressed white-hot flames, finally striking something hard and cold. With a clang, the compressed flames were injected into the puppet soldier's neck. Using the force, Lumion flipped back in midair, while an explosive sound echoed from within the puppet soldier. A coal completed with fire infusion. The sound of heavy metal fragments hitting the ground followed. As Lumion steadied himself, he heard Albus's voice in his ear, "You can see?" This member of the Medici family had a peculiar metallic quality in his voice. "Albus is here too? Did he witness me precisely dismantling the puppet soldier?" Lumion's right hand stealthily reached into the traveler's bag, as he responded with a smile, "Can you see too?" Albus's metallic voice came from another direction, "I can't see by myself, I'm blindfolded like you. But I can share the vision of the puppet soldiers here." This is an example of the power of high-level hunters. A gift from the Red Angel? This gift can even piggyback on 0-01's puppets. According to Madame Magician, that King of Angels once held 0-01. Lumion deliberately harumphed and said, "Did you make the puppet soldier attack me?" Albus switched locations again, seemingly using different puppet soldiers to speak. This was a test. Only those who pass the test are qualified to cooperate with me. You think you're worthy of cooperating with me? Why would you think I want to work with you? Lumion said disdainfully. Albus laughed. That demoness has a very dangerous item. If we don't work together, she could take us out one by one. Chapter 829, Deception and Betrayal. Cooperate? You just want to use me as cannon fodder, right? Well, let's see if I can find out what item Julie has. With his eyes covered by white bandages, Lumion wore an expression of skepticism. How dangerous could it be? Albus, also blindfolded and holding a lantern, leaned against the wall of a burial chamber, watching Lumion through the eyes of the iron puppet soldiers 20 meters away. He chuckled inwardly. You didn't put that ragged head in your bag but carried it in your hand. Not afraid of trouble, or are you planning something? And your right hand has been in that bag made by a high-level apprentice. The half-body should already be inside. You don't want to reunite the head and body now, fearing unforeseen consequences. You plan to use it as an indiscriminate weapon at a crucial moment, don't you? Perfect for surprising Julie and the others. I won't try it myself to avoid unnecessary consumption. Cooperation is great, it gathers the dangers together, letting them cancel each other out. Albus made an iron puppet's mouth move, its metallic voice saying, "The item on that demoness is one of 5 created by the primordial demoness before her slumber after the pale disaster of the 4th epoch. It can make the bearer a vessel for the primordial demoness' descent. A vessel for a deity's descent." Lumion repeated. The demoness sect plays high-stake games, don't they? He had thought Julie's item could only temporarily grant her the power of a Sequence 4 Demoness of Despair, not that she could briefly become the primordial demoness herself. Even a fraction of a true god's power was immense. Albus's laughter echoed in the metal cavity. Yes, a vessel. Fortunately, Julie isn't sturdy enough as a vessel. If she were an angel-level demoness, she could sustain the descent for a minute or two without dying. A saint-level demoness could hold it for a few seconds, but her soul and body would collapse. Julie, as a demoness of affliction, can't maintain the state for more than 3 seconds, and that's with the cost of complete annihilation. Even without invoking the descent, the item grants her various special abilities, temporarily allowing her to use Sequence 4 powers. If we don't cooperate, facing Julie's normal state alone is tough but not hopeless. But if she's pushed to the brink and tries the descent, we won't last 3 seconds. By working together and using all our trump cards, we might last until her descent ends. Then, we rely on our skills. Last 3 seconds in front of a demoness. Such ambiguous words would be a field day for the scandal reporters on Trier's Avenue du Boulevard. They'd twist your words into questioning your prowess. Influenced by vulgar jokes from Trier's ghost face and other tabloids and Franca's quips, Lumion mentally criticized. He didn't believe in Albus's sincere cooperation. He thought this Red Angel's descendant would throw him out as a shield at the critical moment to endure Julie's deity's descent. This might be Albus's ultimate plan to survive. Like Emperor Roselle's parable, in a forest, you don't need to outrun a bear, just your companion. Franca often joked that in adventures, companions were the best shields. But Julie and Celeste likely know my true identity, that I'm a lover of one of their peers, and that I was once an Iron and Blood Cross Order member. They wouldn't place as much importance on me as much as they'd be wary of a Medici. So it's still a question who's the primary target and who's the shield. In a hesitant, distrustful tone, Lumion said, "I can sense Julie's danger but didn't expect it to be this severe. Of course, I still don't trust you. Cooperation and mutual vigilance are not contradictory." "I can't truly trust you either," Albus replied with a hint of amusement. "When there's a common interest, even enemies who killed one's parents can temporarily cooperate. How much more so for us?" While speaking, Albus thought to himself, working together against those 2 demonesses is better than fighting you now and facing your hidden trump cards head-on. Even if I win, the cost would be high, and how would I deal with the demonesses and Wannock afterward? Heh, in a real fight with the demonesses, you won't be able to hide your trump cards. The situation will become chaotic, everyone will go all out, and the dangers will cancel each other out. I'm best at winning in chaos. After a moment of contemplation, Lumion gritted his teeth and said, "Let's cooperate until we deal with the 2 demonesses." A very wise choice. Albus did not hide his joy. Lumion, holding the carbide lamp and the abscessed hand's head, began to walk slowly. With a posture of "I am trying to show sincerity," he said, "besides the 2 demonesses and Wannock, we have another enemy. That's the mirror person from the special mirror world from 4th Epoch Trier. His name in Morora is Gay." Mirror person. The iron puppet ahead repeated the term, then laughed. "I'm not surprised. It's a problem left by that lunatic Alista Tudor." "What do you mean?" Lumion took the opportunity to ask. Albus, with a tone of clear reverence, said, "You should know my ancestor was a king of angels. He told me that the special mirror world was likely created by Tudor. Red Angel? Wasn't he killed before Alista Tudor became the Blood Emperor? How did he know the origin of the special mirror world? Lumion expressed his doubts. What do you mean killed? Albus sighed. That's why I dislike working with hunters. If it weren't for today's necessity, I wouldn't have sought you out. Hunters really have a way with words. I also dislike working with hunters, like you, Lumion agreed. Albus switched to another iron puppet. My ancestor entered the fourth epic trier and confirmed its various problems. He said the special mirror world might not be a product of those problems but the cause of them. The Red Angel meant that the special mirror world wasn't created by the fall of the Blood Emperor and the destruction of fourth epic trier, but existed before and led to the need for a new trier to seal it after fourth epic trier's fall. Could the Red Angel be deliberately spreading false information for some Khan's original? But this matches what I found in the Blue Avenger's treasure vault. The Blood Emperor might have been using the mirror world for his resurrection arrangements before his fall. Similarly, the Tamara family's connection with the special mirror world was also before the War of the Four Emperors. Lumion stopped, thought for a few seconds, and said, Alista Tudor left too many problems behind, didn't he? Though the Knight of Swords said that among the crazy ancient gods of the second epic, the undying phoenix ancestor Greg race was the most troublesome, causing many issues, and was quite similar to the fourth epic's Blood Emperor Alista Tudor, Lumion had only encountered problems related to the underworld from the phoenix ancestor. In contrast, he encountered troubles from the Blood Emperor frequently. So, in his mind, the Blood Emperor was the most troublesome, much more so than the phoenix ancestor. Albus seemed to share a similar sentiment. Using the iron puppet's mouth, he said, because he is the symbol of calamity. While Lumion suddenly had a deeper understanding of the hunter pathway. Albus then asked, as temporary collaborators, do you need me to share the puppet's vision with you? That way, you won't have to pretend to be blind. Such a good thing. Lumion instantly became wary. Thinking about how Wannock had to fully submit to 0-01 to share a bit of power, and considering that all the puppets here were 0-01's minions, Lumion pondered for a few seconds and said, no need. In a situation where he was not truly part of Albus's team, he worried that sharing vision might gradually turn him into a puppet. Sometimes, being too cautious isn't good, Albus Medici said without further persuasion, his tone containing a hint of undisguised regret. For the next while, Lumion followed his mental map, winding through the underground tombs. Albus occasionally used the iron puppets scattered around the area to remind him he wasn't left behind. After a while, Lumion slowed his steps, mumbling to himself, in the examples of mausoleum construction, there's nothing marked ahead. This is where Albus comes in, isn't it? Without hesitation, Lumion walked past what seemed to be a gate and entered the blank area on his mental map. The next second, he felt his skin prickling, as if approaching a fierce lightning bolt yet not touching it. Lumion immediately recalled the forest of lightning from his previous nightmare. His ears then caught Albus's voice through the iron puppet, Wannock is coming. Just a dozen meters ahead. Wannock? Lumion's mind immediately pictured the most dangerous figure in Morora, with blood-red hair and iron-black eyes, and his spirit instantly tensed up. Chapter 830, Destination. Lumion had always thought Wannock, who could draw power from 0-01, was more dangerous than Albus and Julie. This lightning-filled area was perfect for Wannock to unleash his potential. No matter if Wannock could only change the weather slightly or if he was on par with Julie and Celeste, who could become vessels for a deity's descent, in this forest of lightning, he was as powerful as a true demigod. Together, Albus and I would get beaten up by the thunderstorm. Lumion's first instinct was to exit this area and find another path to 0-01. That way, even if Wannock pursued him, outside his optimal environment, he wouldn't be invincible. In a flash, Lumion remembered the nightmares he had. After the forest of lightning, there were mountains of corpses and bones, with 0-01 possibly at the peak. This meant this was the only way to the core ceiling area. There was no way around it. This fact was hinted at in examples of mausoleum construction, even if it wasn't clearly marked. Or, I could pretend to retreat, draw Wannock out, and avoid fighting him in the lightning forest. Wait a minute. Lumion suddenly had a bold idea. Since previous dangers saw him as one of their own, would Wannock, a puppet of 0-01, make the same judgment? Wannock wasn't a fully intelligent human but more like a sentient puppet. Such a target could likely be deceived. When I first arrived in Morora, I had little corruption from 0-01, with a mix of other influences, so it made sense for Wannock to see me as an enemy. But now, after much learning, the corruption is approaching a critical point. Should try. If it fails, I'll use shadow animation to withstand the lightning attack and seize the chance to teleport out of the forest, avoiding a direct fight with Wannock. Lumion made his decision and stepped forward. As he walked, he recalled the nightmares he had since arriving in Morora, listening to the brass earplugs recounting knowledge to align himself with the corruption. At the same time, he thought aimlessly about various significant and insignificant questions to relax and prevent his body from being too tense. This could prevent Wannock from noticing anything unusual. Why did I end up in the Forest of Lightning? According to the nightmare, there should be burning palaces and waterfall-like downpours ahead. Are they on a different route? Lumion endured the increasing prickling sensation, mentally calculating his distance. 3 or 4 more steps to meet Wannock. As soon as this thought crossed Lumion's mind, he heard slow but steady breathing, masked by the rolling thunder, just a few meters away. Lumion's back tensed involuntarily, and his right hand reached into the traveler's bag, ready to pull out the headless corpse of the abscessed hand. After its previous writhing approach, they had fused together but were temporarily unable to break through the traveler's bag's seal and reunite with the head. As he got closer to Wannock, Lumion, unable to see his expression, instinctively wanted to hold his breath. He quickly adjusted, forcing himself to remain calm. The next second, he felt a gaze fall upon him, making the skin on his face break out in barely noticeable bumps. It was Wannock's gaze. At this moment, Lumion wished he were a hypnotist, but he could only keep telling himself, "I am an experimental subject, I am an experimental subject." He maintained the same pace as the black-robed experimental subjects, walking straight ahead. 2 steps. 1 step. Lumion tried to clear his mind. He walked past the imagined figure of Wannock. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Lumion didn't dare relax, feeling cold sweat on his back. Outside the lightning forest, Albus Medici, through a guardian puppet's eyes, watched Lumion holding the carbide lamp and the ragged head, step by step, approaching Wannock, who had unbuttoned 2 buttons of his shirt. He saw Wannock's gaze fall on Lumion, follow him for 7 or 8 seconds, then slowly shift away, watching Lumion pass the most dangerous person in Morora and head towards the end of the lightning forest. While Albus squinted his eyes, then laughed. So that's how he gets through dangerous areas. No wonder he's been reading and studying these past weeks. When we reach the destination, I'll have to guard against him using this trick. Lumion walked a bit further, feeling the prickling sensation fade as faint echoes of sound from the brass earplugs leaked out, indicating he had left the lightning forest and entered a narrow corridor. After this corridor, I should reach the area around the mountain of corpses. Should I wait for Albus to catch up, or go face Julie and the others alone? Heh, I wonder how Albus will get past Wannock. Lumion stopped and listened for sounds from the direction of the lightning forest. Thud, thud, thud. He heard slow, steady footsteps. Why did you stop? Wannock's sharp voice suddenly rang in his ears. A chill ran up Lumion's spine to the back of his head, making him almost pull out the headless corpse of the abscessed hand. He stiffly wanted to explain, but after a moment's thought, he chose to remain silent and continued walking. In the nearly frozen air, Lumion heard the thudding footsteps pass him and head towards the end of the corridor. Phew. He quietly exhaled. He didn't stop again but slowed his pace, moving like a snail. Soon, he felt countless eyes on him. Seeing Wannock rush towards 0-01, Albus Medici laughed at Lumien's pointless risk-taking as he leisurely passed through the lightning forest. Using the guardian puppets in the corridor, Albus saw the walls made of square iron plates, with surfaces as smooth as mirrors. At this moment, twisted, pale faces appeared in these mirrors. These faces belonged to the residents of Morora, silently staring at Lumien. Occasionally, someone would cautiously extend a hand from the metal surface, quietly reaching for Lumien's body. Lumien merely swung a fireball in that direction, not making any aggressive moves. Seeing the pale hand retract into the iron wall, Albus made a puppet speak. "I see Wannock didn't blindfold himself. Do you want to try it too?" In the underground mausoleum, puppets of Wannock's level don't need to blindfold themselves, not fearing replacement by a mirror person. Theoretically, I should be able to do the same, given I'm almost like him now. Albus must have noticed Wannock didn't attack me and is suspecting my condition. Lumien calmly responded to Albus. "Don't want to die yet." He then asked, "Should we wait here for a while, let Wannock and the two demonesses fight it out, and then take advantage?" Wannock rushing to the mountain of corpses must be to stop Julie and Celeste from doing something to 0-01. Albus replied through a puppet, "I haven't seen the two demonesses ahead. Julie and Celeste haven't arrived yet? Did you two demonesses get lost? You were the first to enter the underground mausoleum. Or have you arrived but are hiding, waiting for the right moment?" Lumien's thoughts raced, and he resumed his normal pace. As he walked, he smiled at Albus. "You must have noticed Wannock won't attack me. So, will you let me go ahead unimpeded, join me, or rush ahead of me?" Lumien worried Albus might lag behind, letting him face any unexpected dangers around the mountain of corpses alone. So he pointed out his unusual condition, making Albus cautious. The next dangers, of course, should be faced together. No one should think of hanging back to reap the benefits after the fact. Albus's laugh came from Lumien's side. "Since we've agreed to cooperate, we'll go in together." "That colors you in a different light," Lumien responded insincerely. After several more steps, Lumien suddenly stopped, feeling he was about to reach the mountain of corpses. "Why did you stop?" Albus asked through a puppet at the entrance. "Why did you stop?" Lumien retorted. "You still don't trust me," Albus sighed. Lumien chuckled in amusement and replied, "Aren't you the same?" Suddenly, he sped up, as if trying to leave Albus behind and rushed to the foot of the mountain of corpses. Moments later, he heard a swooshing sound, the noise of a flaming spear piercing the air. Lumien scoffed and left the corridor completely. The next second, he felt an intense sense of danger. This wasn't a premonition but a hunter's instinct to dodge an attack aimed at his head. "Are you here to die too?" Julie's cold, indifferent voice echoed in Lumien's ears. Lumien quickly activated the black mark on his right shoulder and withdrew his hand from the traveler's bag. He pulled out a bluish-black, swollen, headless corpse. "Try her," in the apartment Franca and Jenna rented. Jenna said to Franca, "Your suggestion worked. I've digested the witch potion." Turns out, getting close to mystical dangers was the key. Franca's face lit up with joy. "Are you going to take a couple of days to adjust before going to the sacrificial square in the underground catacombs for the advancement, or do it now?" Jenna pursed her lips and said, "My spiritual intuition tells me it's best to do it now." Chapter 831, Something's Wrong. When Lumien withdrew the headless corpse of the abscessed hand and activated the black mark on his right shoulder, he heard Julie's voice along with the sharp, exaggerated sound of a heavy object falling rapidly. Instinctively, he chose the farthest place he could sense as his teleportation destination. Just as Lumien's figure vanished, Albus entered the area with two iron puppets. He hadn't been influenced by Lumien's feigned attempt to rush towards the mountain of corpses. Instead, he took advantage of Lumien's blindness, conjuring a blazing white flame spear and manually hurling it forward to drive Lumien out of the corridor, forcing him to face potential dangers and possible concentrated attacks. Albus himself lagged 2 to 3 meters behind, allowing him ample time to react, if Lumion were to be surrounded or controlled, Albus could avoid the dangerous zone and approach the mountain of corpses from the side. Of course, Albus couldn't afford to fall too far behind. Lumion had just proven he could prevent Wannock from attacking him, potentially reaching the destination quickly and unhindered. If Albus delayed for more than 10 to 20 seconds before entering the area, Lumion might have already made direct contact with 0-01. In war, acting too quickly or too slowly can both lead to failure. As this thought crossed Albus's mind, he heard the terrifying explosion of something hitting the ground. One of his iron puppets looked up, seeing a massive meteor engulfed in bright flames, illuminating the entire area. It plummeted towards the armored soldiers and countless corpses in the wasteland, heading towards the entrance area where Albus and Wannock were. The meteor fell faster and faster, soon surpassing the speed of sound. Further away, Julie, wearing a slit low-cut dress, stood in midair with the help of icy steps, holding a lantern. With a sapphire ring on her left hand, she drew a downward arc, pointing at where Wannock and Albus were. Son of a bitch. For the first time since entering Morora, Albus cursed uncontrollably in his mind. Isn't she supposed to not have invoked divine descent yet? Isn't she not in a state of divine descent? How could this sow summon a meteor? What about Morora's rules? What about 0-01? Shouldn't there be some restrictions? This is the ability of a demoness of catastrophe. And this demoness isn't even blindfolded. Something's wrong. Although the meteor hadn't reached the level to destroy a city, or the true power of a demoness of catastrophe, Albus still felt genuine fear at that moment. As a member of the Red of War rebuilt by the Ancestor, he could concentrate his power towards the King of Angels, share some of the power in return, and distribute part of the damage he received. However, in Morora, within the core area of ceiling 0-01, this special interaction was significantly weakened. Albus could at most temporarily use Sequence 4 powers and some weakened higher abilities, but could only transfer a third of the damage at most. Now, even if he could transfer half or two-thirds of the damage, the remaining part would still be more than his current body could bear. If the meteor had fallen instantly, Albus would have already turned into a charred corpse. Wearing a black blindfold, he leaned back slightly, his hair igniting with red flames extending to his back. Beneath his skin, his bones and flesh faintly glowed with an iron-black hue. Next, he transformed into a blazing white flame spear, carrying the two iron puppets rapidly to the right. He had borrowed the Red Angel's power. The plan was to first avoid the meteor's impact zone, then use the Ancestor's damage sharing, his temporary metal transformation, and the two iron puppets as shields to survive the subsequent impact. Yes, Albus didn't bring the iron puppets because he was fond of them or because he didn't want to lose his eyes. They made excellent shields. As the primary target, Wannock made the same choice as Albus, but without the final protection of the iron puppets, and was hindered by layers of invisible webs around him. As the strands of web became visible, turning grayish-white, Wannock's blazing white flame spear slowed down. Bang! The blazing meteor hit the ground about 10 meters behind Wannock. Boom! Rolling dust, intense flames, and terrifying shockwaves engulfed Wannock. The metal-colored body of Morora's most dangerous person cracked instantly, turning into a charred corpse. Albus, who had fled some distance, was slammed into the white flame spear by the rushing shockwave, driving it to the ground. With a clanging sound, the first iron puppet, acting as a shield, quickly dented and partially shattered, instantly losing its puppet-like feel and becoming scrap metal. Next, the second iron puppet suffered severe damage, and then Albus Medici, who emerged from the flame spear state, spat a mouthful of blazing blood, his metallized body sustaining damage. Not knowing where he had teleported to, Lumion first heard the explosion, then felt the tangible shockwave slam into him, followed by the burning flames. His ears momentarily deafened, unable to draw knowledge from the brass earplugs. His whole body was flung out, but the shockwave's intensity had dropped to a level a Reaper could withstand. As for the flames carried by the shockwave, they could only ignite clothes, bandages, and hair, barely causing significant burns to his body, and were quickly extinguished by his flame control ability. Thua! Lumion landed heavily, almost dropping the carbide lamp in his hand. The burnt bandages on his face fell off, but fortunately, he kept his eyes shut. At the same time, Lumion felt the headless corpse of the abscessed hand in his right hand and the rotting head in his left hand become agitated, each dragging his body towards the other with terrifying force. Lumion didn't stop them, instead, he released his grip. He once again activated the black mark on his right shoulder, teleporting to the limit of his current sensing range. He needed to distance himself from the merging parts of the abscessed hand to avoid becoming the first target of attack. Otherwise, he might find himself surrounded and attacked. When choosing a teleportation destination, Lumion deliberately avoided the impact zone and the place where Julie's voice had come from. In the thick, smoky environment, Lumion's figure disappeared, and the two rotting parts of the abscessed hand moved towards each other. The headless corpse grasped the tangled-haired head with its only hand, urgently placing it on its neck. But this attempt was hindered by some force, as if an unspoken rule in the underground mausoleum required the head and body to remain separate. Of course, the obstruction didn't truly prevent the head from reattaching, it only increased the difficulty and slowed the reassembly process. On the other side, the rolling flames and scattered dust calmed down a bit. Julie, standing on the icy steps, saw that Wanek had lost his life force, lying on the ground with deep cracks and charred marks all over his body. She quietly sighed in relief. Wanek had always been her most dreaded opponent. She regretted that Lumion fled early, missing the chance to team up and kill Wanek. Just then, Wanek's charred body moved. The most dangerous person in Morworld leaped up, with two dark red flames burning in his eye sockets. He had become an undead creature. For Wanek, who was a special puppet of 0-01, being alive or existing as an undead made little difference. Moreover, as an undead, he could tap into additional powers. He spread his arms, tilted his head back slightly, and let out a roar like a battle cry. Suddenly, the lantern Julie held went out, and the flames around the mountain of corpses were extinguished. Only the lantern in Albus's hand and the carbide lamp Lumion held, protected by their hunter powers, flickered but continued to burn. Darkness surged back but failed to engulf Julie. Nothing? Using the last iron puppet as his eyes, Albus couldn't help but frown upon seeing this scene. That sapphire ring can protect Julie from the underground mausoleum's dark corrosion and dissolution? That doesn't make sense. Even if it could, why did Julie carry the lantern before? To mislead us? And there shouldn't be a Demoness of Catastrophe's ability, even if it's a weakened version. Something's definitely wrong. At this moment, Julie let out a low, soul-scratching laugh and pointed her left hand skyward again. In the darkness above, faint light appeared as sharp icicles formed, raining down like a storm towards the wasteland, targeting Wanek, Albus, and Lumion. Wanek roared again. It was like a battle drum, striking Julie's heart and causing her to stiffen momentarily. Next, a tornado connecting heaven and earth formed, sweeping all the icicles and reversing towards Julie. At that moment, whether it was Lumion with his eyes shut, Albus with his eyes covered, or Julie and Wanek with normal vision, they all felt the world shake and heard the creaking sound of the void around them. The rotting corpse of the abscessed hand had finally reattached its head to its neck. Chapter 832, Reunion. The rotting chunks of flesh on the blue-black corpse's neck and head began to wriggle and merge back together. It felt as if the whole world started to shake, with the void around them creaking. Bang! 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 It was as if something outside the void was pounding forcefully, trying to get in. Crack! A strange, ethereal breaking sound came from afar, piercing Lumion's ears. Is Handbro trying to get in and reunite with its body? Is the breaking sound a sign that the seal is temporarily broken? Lumion, with his eyes still tightly shut, could only speculate from the sounds he heard and the movements he felt. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, he heard the metallic, scraping voice of an iron puppet several meters away, next to the assembled corpse, the spaces cracking like glass. This was Albus, relaying to Lumion what he saw through the iron puppet and the detail he thought was most important. Unable to see, Lumion had teleported near Albus. He had to avoid the impact zone and Julie's location while staying away from the abscessed hand's corpse. The choices were limited, making an encounter with Albus likely. Cracking like glass. Hearing Albus's description, Lumion suddenly had a realization. He had been puzzled by Julie's display of confidence and the terrifying commotion she created. He felt that if he hadn't teleported away in time, he would surely have died from such an attack. This exceeded his assessment of Julie's strength, making him suspect she was in a state of divine descent, though it clearly didn't seem that way. Now, Lumion had a vague guess. Amid the intense shaking of the ground, Albus stopped using the iron puppet's voice and spoke directly. "Do you think it looks like a mirror shattering?" "A mirror?" "Yes." Lumion instantly understood the situation. This is the mirror world. This is an extension or projection of that special mirror world around 0-01. After Julie and Celeste reached their destination, they set a trap, creating an entrance to the mirror world at the Corpse Mountain's entrance. So, whether it was Wannick, Albus, or himself, none of them saw the two demonesses when they peered into the corridor, but were attacked after entering. The Demoness of Black had told Franca that the Demoness sect once controlled that special mirror world, losing some control after the War of the Four Emperors, and further diminishing after the Pale disaster. At this moment, Julie must have already worn the divine artifact left by the primordial Demoness, possessing various special powers. One of these might be the limited use of the special mirror world's power. With the special mirror world's support, she could launch such a terrifying attack. If my guess is correct, and this really is the mirror world. Lumion felt the world shaking, listened to the sounds of the void breaking, and the commotion caused by Julie and Wannick attacking the abscessed hand's corpse. He suddenly turned his head towards Albus. He asked in a deep voice, "Is Julie blindfolded?" "No," Albus replied firmly. As expected. Lumion decisively opened his eyes. If this truly was the mirror world, there was no need to worry about 0-01's power leaking out and creating a corresponding mirror person through the eyes, the mystical window of the soul. In the next second, scenes filled Lumion's vision: fallen soldiers in iron-black armor like stalks of straw, the Corpse Mountain several hundred meters to the side, Julie standing on icy steps with an unlit lantern by her feet, and Wannick with dark red flames burning in his eye sockets. At this moment, Julie and Wannick both saw the bluish-black corpse of the abscessed hand as the primary target, launching rounds of attacks. To them, it seemed more dangerous than each other, Lumion, or Albus. Indeed. Albus's voice carried a hint of laughter. He even sighed in relief without hiding it when Lumion looked over. Lumion's thoughts raced, quickly understanding what Albus meant by "indeed." This guy was also guessing this is the mirror world but couldn't be sure, so he encouraged me to open my eyes to verify. Damn it. That's so sneaky. Good thing I was certain before I opened my eyes. In Lumion's sight, Albus, in his black jacket with red patterns and hair like burning flames, removed the burned blindfold and laughed. No wonder that Demoness kept carrying a lit lantern, to mislead us into not thinking this was the mirror world. No wonder nothing happened when her lantern went out. Truly insidious. Are you any less insidious? Lumion replied just as the abscessed hand's corpse experienced a sudden change. The surrounding void cracked like glass struck by a fist, dense white cracks spreading outward, becoming sparse and transparent. Crack! The cluster of dense white cracks shattered, and a rotting, pus-dripping, bluish-black swollen hand flew in. The abscessed hand finally broke through the barriers and arrived here. As soon as it appeared, it used spirit world traversal to place itself directly at the severed wrist. Seeing this, Julie had a strong sense of foreboding. She immediately let the sapphire ring on her left hand emit a faint light. Next, she let her hands fall and then lifted them from below. The ground shook violently, and a small volcano quickly formed under the bluish-black corpse of the abscessed hand, spewing out red-white lava and clouds of dust. This immediately engulfed the bluish-black rotting corpse, melting its flesh and attempting to solidify it within the volcanic rock. Wannick, with dark red flames in his eye sockets, had blood slowly oozing from his brow, twisting into a strange pattern. As this change occurred, Wannock raised his right hand. The dead soldiers in iron-black armor lying on the ground stood up again, their eye sockets rekindling with pale or dark red flames. Wannock then formed an almost entirely green flame spear with a hint of blazing white, hurling it at the bluish-black corpse struggling in the fierce lava. The undead soldiers followed suit, creating blazing white flame spears, mimicking Wannock's action, and throwing them at the target. Swoosh! 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 The flame spears nearly obscured half the sky. Seeing this, Albus moved towards the entrance, with Lumion silently following. Soon, the flame spears covered the bluish-black corpse of the abscessed hand, tearing it into countless small chunks of rotting flesh. These pieces ignited, falling into the red-white lava. Suddenly, a part of the lava unexpectedly caved in, and the flaming rotting flesh seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, gathering together. In the blink of an eye, the bluish-black corpse reappeared in the lava and flames. The rotting flesh on its surface peeled off in pieces with flames, revealing fresh, vibrant flesh and pale skin as healthy as if it hadn't seen sunlight for a long time. Julie and Wannock's attacks continued, with hailstones like cannonballs, black flames, lightning strikes, and flying fireballs, but the damage couldn't keep up with the reassembly and healing speed of the abscessed hand's complete body. Within seconds, the charred skin and rotting flesh on the abscessed hand's face also fell off, revealing a delicate, handsome face. Thick, long black eyelashes fluttered, and beneath the soft, pale eyelids, the eyes began to move slowly. Whether living in the demoness's circle like Julie, frequently dealing with demonesses like Lumion, or the deeply rooted Albus Medici, as well as the uniquely conditioned Wannock, they all held their breath at this moment, briefly entranced by the indescribable beauty. It was like admiring a perfect, timeless work of art. They didn't notice their hair growing visibly, previous injuries healing rapidly, and consumed spirituality replenishing as if a rainstorm had filled numerous evaporated lakes. They saw that on the flawless but slightly feminine face, under the high-nose bridge, the just right lips parted slightly, revealing clean white teeth. The entirely white yet clearly muscular and perfectly proportioned body was completely exposed. Seeing what was between the abscessed hand's legs, Julie instinctively swallowed, clenching her right hand. The perfect body leaned back slightly, seemingly in some pain. His chest began to swell, his nether region shrinking rapidly, and his body's lines softened. He grew increasingly beautiful, nearing the limit of perfection. But this transformation was stalled, as if missing some crucial element to succeed. Taking advantage of this stall, Albus broke free from the stunning beauty shock and immersion, touched the stubble around his mouth, burned it off with flames, and slightly frowned at Lumion. "What kind of monster did you put together?" Lumion, barely recovering, chuckled. "I don't know either." Albus was momentarily speechless. Lumion's gaze lingered on the complete corpse of the abscessed hand. Indeed, it was a bro, but he seemed to be turning into a sister. But if this change is due to beyonder characteristics, like a witch's, the gender should be fixed, not reverting to male after death and then turning female upon resurrection. This feels more like corruption. He was killed and sealed in pieces before the corruption could fully change his body? To prevent his reassembly and revival and the return of the corruption? Now, what's stopping that corruption from fully transforming him? Is it an issue with the source of the corruption, or something special about Morora? Just as Lumion made some guesses based on his limited mystical knowledge, he saw the white eyelids of the abscessed hand twitch and slowly open. They revealed a pair of beautiful, crystalline scarlet eyes. Chapter 833, Activation. Lumion and the others were all captivated by those beautiful, crystalline eyes, feeling as if their very souls were being drawn into the depths of that scarlet. But those eyes soon filled with irrational rage, madness, and chaos, creating a vortex of indescribable emptiness at their core. It made all who saw it feel a deep discomfort, as if a flawless object had suddenly cracked. Just as Lumion broke free from the trance, he saw the scarlet eyes of the abscessed hand focusing on him. It first noticed its own contractee. It showed no hesitation, displaying a ruthless, bloodthirsty impulse. Lumien's heart skipped a beat, and his body hair stood on end. Damn, it's going to attack me first. Lumien immediately prepared to teleport to the side of the corpse mountain in the mirror world, to avoid the impending attack from the abscessed hand. He felt it was unfair. He had only been watching and hadn't tried to interfere with the reassembly of Hand Bro, yet he was being targeted. The real culprits were Julie and Wannock. And I went through all that trouble to gather your body. I don't expect you to thank me, but at least don't kill me first. Lumien grumbled internally while activating the black mark on his right shoulder, following his hunter instincts and personality. At this moment, both Julie and Wannock sensed that the body, which had transformed from a rotting mess to near perfection, had become even more dangerous. Taking advantage of the abscessed hand's focus on Lumien, they each prepared their most powerful and effective attacks. Julie raised her left hand and pointed to the sky. High above, dark clouds swirled into a massive vortex, driven by a violent wind. At the center of the vortex, an iron-black meteor began to take shape, heavy and ominous. The abscessed hand's gaze shifted from Lumien's disappearing figure to Julie. In those crystalline, scarlet eyes, Julie's figure in her slit dress was reflected, followed by the image of the abscessed hand raising its white palm. That hand clenched into a fist. Julie's neck made a cracking sound, visibly indenting inward. Crack, crack, the mirrors on her body shattered, but she couldn't escape her predicament. She floated upward slowly, her face contorted in pain as if someone were lifting her by the neck. Her hands instinctively pulled back, trying to pry open the invisible hand strangling her. The forming iron-black meteor disintegrated, the wind stopped, and the clouds dispersed. Lumien, who had just appeared at the side of the corpse mountain, saw this and genuinely marveled at the terror of the abscessed hand. If this had happened outside, carrying out the contract without having Madame Magician as a safeguard would be suicide. At this moment, Lumien felt a strange sense of relief, as if an invisible shackle within him had been broken. He had completed the pact and was no longer barred from acquiring godhood. Lumien's gaze swept over Julie, whose mouth was opening and her face turning a darker shade of blue and purple. He frowned in confusion. Where is Celeste? Julie is responsible for blocking and interfering with intruders in the mirror world. Is Celeste targeting 0-01? His thoughts raced as he looked towards Albus Medici, now several hundred meters away. This guy is also suspicious. He could influence and use the iron puppets in the underground tomb. Why did he wait until Julie and Celeste took action to enter here? Was he preparing something or afraid he couldn't get past Wannock, waiting for a chaotic opportunity? Just as Julie's eyes began to bulge and she resolved to unleash the full power of her sapphire ring, the mirror world shook violently again, and clear cracks appeared all around. From within these cracks, nearly invisible flames emerged and seeped through. In an instant, the sky and ground began to burn. Lumien suddenly felt an urge to submit, his body instinctively avoiding the nearly invisible, flower-like flames in the melting earth, rocks, and void. He realized his resistance to burning damage was useless against these flames. Contact would surely reduce him to ashes. At the same time, his right palm became unbearably hot, and a violent, crazed aura surged within him, unable to break free from the icy, deathly stillness of the underworld Taoist Mark's restraints. The residual aura of Blood Emperor Alista Tudor had fully activated, completely triggered. This left Lumien feeling like an overinflated balloon, pushed to its limit and still being pumped. The pain was excruciating. The area around the abscessed hand, where the mirror cracks were most numerous and the flames most dense, became a burning hell. Its head lowered, and the hand squeezing Julie's neck loosened. Witnessing this change and feeling an indescribable pain, Lumien recalled a passage from the 0-01 sealing information: Beyonders with strength surpassing sequence 5 are forbidden from approaching. Warning: Beyonders with strength surpassing sequence 5 are forbidden from approaching. Now, the reassembled and revived abscessed hand clearly possessed strong godhood. 0-01 has detected the presence of a demigod-level Beyonder and is forcibly breaking the mirror world's barrier. My Blood Emperor mark was stimulated by 0-01's aura and triggered uncontrollably? Lumion thought painfully, his thoughts disjointed. Albus Medici also lowered his head, his flaming hair growing another inch. Julie fell to the top of the frosty steps, finally escaping a near-death state. Her long, pale neck was swollen and bruised, marked by deep, blood-embedded finger imprints. Julie exhaled, raising her left hand once more. She intended to seize this chance while the enemy, who nearly killed her, was restrained by 0-01's power and eradicate it completely. On the other side, Wannick ignited nearly blue flames. He stretched out his right palm, directing the flames forward to form a giant fireball. The fireball attracted the nearly invisible flames around it, drawing them in layer by layer. Behind Wannick, his undead army was ignited by the flames seeping through the cracks, but instead of turning to ash, they merged with these flames, one by one flying into Wannick's fireball. The fireball grew larger, its color gradually turning purple. Wannick, his eye sockets burning with dark red flames, bit his lips tightly, reaching his limit. He then pushed the enormous, pale purple fireball towards the abscessed hand. As the fireball touched the abscessed hand's perfect body, a meteor ignited by air friction fell from the sky. The meteor fell faster and faster, hitting the immobilized target directly. Struggling against the residual aura of the Blood Emperor, Lumion first saw the explosion of light, then the rising dust, and finally heard the deafening boom, feeling the earth shake wildly. The world turned colorless and dark. Did it work? Julie eagerly looked towards the area where the meteor had fallen. Though it was filled with dust, smoke, and invisible wind, Julie used her connection with the mirror world to make her eyes like mirrors, reflecting the scene at the explosion's core. The perfect body had been blown to pieces, its flesh either charred or vaporized, leaving only a broken, black skeleton standing. But on that skeleton, new tender flesh was growing, and the bone was slowly shedding its charred appearance. It's still not dead? The weakened Julie felt an immense heaviness in her heart. In the next second, Julie's forehead throbbed with pain, as if the flesh there had a will of its own, trying to break free from her skin. Her ears buzzed, and her mind was filled with images of lofty, gently floating scarlet flags. Her face twisted in pain, she thought with difficulty, has 0-01 noticed me? I can't hold on any longer. I'm going to become its puppet. Julie's body bent forward under the invisible weight, her eyes turning black with visible veins. She looked at Wannick on the wasteland, at the rising dust, her gaze growing crazed, resembling her state when first entering Aurora. Clenching her teeth, she whispered, "I will take everyone here with me. Celeste, the rest is up to you." Remember the famous line from Eternal Love? "Stupid, live well. Live well." Julie silently screamed, and her sapphire ring burst into blinding light. She was invoking the Primordial One's divine descent. In the light, the bloody mark on Julie's forehead faded quickly, her hair floated and grew longer and thicker. Gray-white quickly spread around her, turning the entire wasteland gray-white. Lumion stiffened as if turned to stone, the residual aura of the Blood Emperor in his right palm causing endless burning pain. Then he saw Julie, transformed by the gray-white, suddenly turn towards him. Trier, in the sacrificial square at the entrance to the third level of the underground catacombs. Franca had finished checking the surroundings, ensuring no one else was present, and had set up a mirror maze. "You can drink the potion now." She nodded at Jenna. Jenna took out the necessary materials from her traveler's bag and mixed the pleasure potion in a crystal glass. Without hesitation, she raised the glass and gulped it down. She felt herself float as if walking on clouds, her body pricked by tiny, needle-like pains. Her hair, influenced by an unseen force, defied gravity, extending away. Jenna vaguely saw snakes slithering through the surrounding gloom, rising up. Each snake had a strange eye on its head, giving Jenna a strong sense of danger, as if she would be torn apart any second. The hallucination quickly faded, and Jenna saw a blurry, holy figure in a plain white robe. The figure sighed in a hollow, ethereal voice. "As a woman, do you know how dangerous this path is? I have no choice, Jenna replied, half awake and dazed. The holy figure was silent for a moment and then said, "Make peace with your mirror self, for you are always one." Any other questions? The figure started to fade as if about to disappear. Jenna blurted out, "Are you Lady Crismona? Who is your father?" As soon as she asked, Jenna wanted to slap herself. Had she gotten into the habit of discussing nonsense with Lumion and Franca? There were so many important things to ask, yet she asked such an irrelevant question. The holy figure in the plain white robe was silent for a moment and then said, "My father is Alista Tudor." Chapter 834, Divine Descent. The entire world seemed to turn gray and white, even the almost blue flames on Wanak's body solidifying into stone. Lumion's first instinct was to reach into his traveler's bag to retrieve the mirror cufflink. He intended to use the opportunity, created by 0-01 breaking through the mirror world's barrier and Julie being too preoccupied to intervene, to escape the mirror world and return to the real Corpse Mountain, avoiding the impending divine battle. He realized Julie had been praying for a divine descent. And now, a fragment of the primordial demoness power had descended. Lumion couldn't avoid the influence. His body turned gray and stiff. The burning pain from the residual aura of the Blood Emperor in his right palm was the only thing keeping him moving, allowing him to slowly reach into his bag and grab the glass-like cufflink. Just as he withdrew his hand, before he could activate the mirror cufflink, Julie, with her hair floating in the air, turned to look at him. Her hair had turned raven black like thick, long serpents, and her eyes were now a brilliant, crystalline blue. In that brief moment of eye contact, Lumion lost control of his body. He saw the grayness spreading around him, climbing from his feet. Every inch of skin and flesh it touched turned to real stone. Why am I the first target? Wanak and Albus are far more dangerous, and the abscessed hand isn't completely dead. Why target the weakest one first? Shouldn't I be caught in a broad attack instead? Then I'd have a chance to escape the mirror world and wait out the divine descent. Facing this hopeless situation, Lumion, as an ascetic, couldn't help but feel intense anger and frustration. Despite his limbs turning to stone, he tried to channel his spirituality to activate the mirror cufflink and other contract marks on his body. But as his spirituality approached the grayness, it solidified, turning to stone and falling like rain to the ground. His neck turned to stone, then his face and brain began to gray. His last effort was to look toward Albus Medici's position. The wasteland was empty. The descendant of the Red Angel was gone. He had disappeared or escaped somehow. Son of a sow, Lumion couldn't help but curse. In the next moment, his thoughts seemed to turn to stone. His gray eyes saw Julie, transformed in radiating charm even to stone, floating in midair, engulfed in black flames. The demoness descended like a giant bird, trailing black flames that twisted and branched like countless serpents, their long tails gently swaying. Silently, the mirror world began to collapse, dark voids mingling with black flames, swallowing the still skeletal abscessed hand, the immovable Wanak, and the petrified Lumion. The end of this world had come. Silent darkness filled every void. After an indeterminate time, a violent, invisible flame flickered to life, illuminating Lumion's mind. He felt the burning pain and icy rot in his right palm, the heat in his left chest. He snapped his eyes open and saw a 100-meter-high mountain of corpses and bones. I'm alive? Lumion was bewildered. His last memory was turning to stone and the destruction of the mirror world by Julie. He instinctively looked down, seeing the grayness rapidly recede from his body. This confirmed it wasn't a nightmare or hallucination. How did I survive? Did someone help me? Lumion doubted he could have survived such an apocalypse alone. At that moment, he heard Albus Medici's voice, tinged with amusement. You can traverse the mirror world too, just like my escape plan, and you did it while partially petrified. Impressive. Did you rely on that cufflink in your hand? Lumion turned to see Albus, in a tattered black and red jacket, a crystal necklace around his wrist. Albus had his eyes closed but was surrounded by undead soldiers in iron-black armor, their eyes burning with pale or dark red flames. Lumion remembered he should also close his eyes. This is likely the real area around the corpse mountain. Keeping his eyes open might result in being silently replaced by his mirror self. Nothing happened. Just as I expected, I'm now Lonix's ally, one of the dangers, a puppet of 0-01. No need to fear any forbidden rules anymore. If only I'd realized it earlier, instead of being stunned and confused by my survival, I could have closed my eyes before Albus looked over, taking advantage of the situation to trick him. Lumion regretted this missed opportunity but also started to understand how Albus avoided the divine descent of the primordial demoness. Like him, he took advantage of 0-01 breaking through the mirror world's barrier and Julie being too preoccupied with her prayer to notice them. He used an item that allowed him to traverse the mirror world and escape back to the real mausoleum. The only difference was, Julie, who hadn't fully completed her divine descent, targeted Lumion instead of Albus, allowing him to escape while he couldn't. Why were you watching me? You should have focused on sealing the entire world. Then no one could have escaped. Lumion mentally cursed Julie, realizing that he must have activated the mirror cufflink just before his thoughts completely turned to stone, which saved him. But as he checked, he realized something was wrong. The mirror cufflink still had 2 uses left. He hadn't used the Beyonder item at all. Why could Archbishop Herberg secretly have helped me? After all, gods need special arrangements to descend a fraction of their power into Marola's underground mausoleum. It's unlikely an external entity intervened suddenly. It couldn't be Julie, who suddenly felt how kind I was as a boss and pushed me out of the mirror world at the last moment, could it? Lumion decided to put these thoughts aside for now. Now wasn't the time to seek the truth. There were still many dangers ahead. He glanced at Albus, noticing the Red Angel's descendants studying him through the eyes of the surrounding undead soldiers. Indeed, Albus didn't attack me just now, not because he didn't want to, but because he had concerns. My actions exceeded his expectations, and my escape was full of mysteries. He feared acting rashly might trigger a trap. Lumion's thoughts were interrupted by a sudden change in the sky. Julie, wearing a long slit dress, appeared in the dimly lit sky. Lumion's scalp tingled. She's still alive and in the divine descent state? He quickly noticed Julie's figure was unusually transparent, and the sapphire ring on her left hand was gone. Phew. He heard Albus Medici sigh in relief. Julie lowered her head and gazed at the top of the corpse mountain. Following her gaze, Lumion saw a 2 to 3 meter tall iron-black metal pole with a charred banner at the top. The banner was covered in dark red and black bloodstains. Just a glance made Lumion feel dizzy, his neck inexplicably stinging, and the smell of blood seeped from various parts of his face and forehead. 0-01? Salinger's blood banner? My corruption has deepened. It seems I don't need to finish reading all the remaining books. Mastering the current one should be enough. I can't rely on such direct corruption to save time, it's easy to surpass the critical point. Lumion quickly averted his gaze, noticing Celeste standing not far from the banner. The demoness, wearing a black robe, was looking down at the spot where the iron-black metal pole was embedded in the top of the corpse mountain. The next second, she sensed something, raised her head, and looked at Julie in the sky. Julie's lips curled into a beautiful and radiant smile. She parted her moist lips as if to say, "I'll leave it to you." In an instant, Lumion saw Julie's figure rapidly fade and shrink, turning into a puddle of filthy blood. The blood, only palm-sized, fell straight down. Its target was the charred banner of 0-01, seemingly to become one of the many bloodstains on it. Celeste finally snapped out of her daze and shouted in pain, "Julie!" At that moment, Albus's expression changed slightly. He transformed into a long spear of blazing white with a hint of blue flames, shooting towards the banner in midair. He seemed unwilling to let Julie's remaining blood stain the charred banner. "You're finally putting in some effort," Lumion muttered, not rushing to follow Albus to the top of the corpse mountain to leave a mark or stop him and Celeste. He planned to join after Albus and Celeste had fought for a while. Of course, Lumion could see that Albus valued Julie's blood and didn't want it to become a mark on the 0-01 banner. If Albus didn't perform well and failed to stop the blood from reaching its intended spot, Lumion would teleport to help in time. Seizing this rare opportunity, Lumion took an item from his traveler's bag. It wasn't the Sword of Courage but the Devil's Whisper's bone ring from Ahsoka. Chapter 835, Source of Corruption. As soon as Lumion's fingers touched the glossy black bone ring, he felt searing pain spread from the point of contact throughout his entire body. He looked down to see thin wisps of purple-blue sulfur flames emerging from every pore, charring the surrounding skin bit by bit and giving off a pungent odor. This pain was so familiar to Lumion that he merely furrowed his brow slightly, gritted his teeth, his expression barely changing. He then took out the Devil's Whisper's bone ring, slipping it onto his right ring finger with the twisted, agonized devil's face facing up. Lumion's gaze turned icy cold, a deep blackness forming in his blue irises that no light could penetrate. The malice within him rapidly swelled, overwhelming the ascetic's tolerance and clashing fiercely with his own will in a fragile balance, the excess spilling outward. Lumion took out some iced lemon fish fillets from his traveler's bag, stuffing them into his mouth and chewing to temporarily boost his fire resistance a bit. At the same time, he sensed the surrounding malice. He was searching for the mirror person Gay. One negative effect of the Devil's Whispers was that it made the wearer and anyone within 100 meters more prone to malicious thoughts and impulsive actions. And since mirror people tended toward extremism and distortion to begin with, they would be even more obviously affected. With this premise, the Devil's Whispers also granted the malice perception ability, allowing the wearer to sense if those around them harbored ill intent. It could not detect dangers in their brewing stages like a true devil, but it was still a mystical form of perception. As long as the mirror person developed malicious intentions toward him within a certain distance, Lumion believed he could use malice perception to pinpoint their location. Sulfur flames slowly burning across his body, Lumion's icy gaze swept the surrounding area littered with corpses clad in iron-black full-body armor amid smoldering fires, remnants of some recent slaughter. Faint, nearly invisible flames also flickered at various points on the corpse mountain itself. They illuminated the wasteland and sky, preventing total darkness from taking hold and allowing Lumion, Albus, and Celeste to remain visible despite no longer holding their carbide lamps or lanterns. After just a second or two, the corners of Lumion's mouth curled into a cruel, cold smile. He sensed intense malice directed at him from about 10 meters behind and to the side. It emanated from a corpse from the smooth, mirror-black breastplate on the corpse. Found you. Without turning around, Lumion abruptly teleported to the corpse's side amid his slow movements and activated the mirror cufflink. Through the metal mirror's surface, mirror person Gay peered outward from within the black breastplate. After discovering the two demonesses had used the mirror world to reach this area, he had slipped out quietly, leaving it to Julie and Celeste. He wasn't worried they would beat him to 0-01, since based on his knowledge and on-site investigations, he believed no one could gain 0-01's approval before its agent Wannock was eliminated. Brute force or exploiting loopholes would achieve nothing until the throne was vacant and chaos ensued, giving others an opportunity. Gay felt relieved he had made this wise choice, having directly experienced the mirror world projection's destruction just now. A mere aftershock of that apocalyptic scene could have vaporized him instantly. Confirming Wannock's death, he then slipped back through an ordinary mirror world to the corpse mountain's vicinity, seeking a chance to gain 0-01's approval and take it for himself. He saw Julie turning to filthy blood and fall, Albus Medici transforming into a fiery spear to stop it, Celeste screaming Albus's name in anguish, and Lumion Lee calmly putting on the ring, preparing to make his entrance and reap the spoils of victory. An intense malice welled up within Gay. You're all obstructing me from completing my mission. After entering Morora as one of the rare readers turned mirror person, Gay had initially felt confident, supplementing his knowledge at the Knowledge Cathedral while conducting field investigations to gather intel for his final operation. But after covertly observing the capabilities of Albus Medici, Wannock, Julie, and Lumion Lee, Gay began doubting himself. Which of them could I actually defeat one-on-one by exploiting the special mirror world's power? Probably only Lumion Lee, the one my superior warned me to watch out for. And when it comes to learning speed, although I far outpace Lumion, it seems I can't handle nearly as much corruption as him. Am I really the one with the least hope among these people? Shaken by these doubts, Gay devised a plan to lurk in the shadows, using his special nature to emerge once the heavyweights had clashed and weakened each other, then sweep up the remains. So far, his plan had progressed smoothly. The biggest obstacle, Wannock, and the most dangerous threat, Julie, were dead, their souls completely extinguished with no chance of revival through 0-01's leaking power as undead beings. Once Albus Medici and Celeste decide the winner between them, I can join the fray, kill the survivor, and take on the weakest Lumion Lee alone. Should I ambush Lumion while he's off guard? He's no Demonis or mirror person, with no substitute active, a single hit could kill him for real. These malicious thoughts grew clearer and stronger in Gay's mind. But before he could decide, Lumion's figure abruptly enlarged, appearing right before his eyes. Then Lumion vanished from his sight. In his place, a viscous pool of black liquid emerged underfoot, as if the deepest, most vile desires of the human heart had taken physical form. Desire incarnation. The black liquid suddenly surged upward, enveloping Gay. Crack! The sound of shattering glass came from within the inky fluid as Gay's silhouette appeared on the edge of the dim, empty space behind the metal mirror. He saw the liquid rapidly coalescing into Lumion's form, chuckling coldly with a fondness of teaching others. Didn't know I had a mirror substitution, did you? A direct attack like this only costs me one mirror. Before the words had left his mouth, an exceptionally violent emotion welled up within Gay. He instinctively reached for his neck, feeling warm blood. Pain immediately lanced into his mind. Crack! Gay deliberately triggered his own mirror substitution, shattering countless shards of glass that rained to the ground. His silhouette now flickered in another corner behind the mirror, but a thin, deep bloody gash remained on his neck. His emotions had become completely frenzied, vicious, and insane. His facial skin rapidly aged and withered like patches of brown tree bark. The words my child," echoed in his ears as flesh rippled on either shoulder, seeming to sprout additional heads. His abdomen slowly swelled while his eyes took on a silvery white with streaks of black. His aura rapidly dissipated as his body visibly decayed, chunks of flesh sloughing off and wriggling like maggots. Lumion saw the various corruptions afflicting him directly manifested in this stark way. It was a veritable smorgasbord. When he used desire incarnation, that inky black pool didn't just contain his own emotions and desires, but also those from the corruptive emotions and desires deeply influencing him. These higher-level corruptions would be difficult for any non-godhood being to resist. Even saints would suffer serious effects. Facing such potent corruption, failure to proactively trigger one's mirror substitution immediately would be too late once the viscous fluid made contact. By then, it would already have tainted the target. Now Gay was a horrifically corrupted monstrosity. Seeing the mirror person degenerating toward an unspeakable form, Lumion had the intuition that continuing to observe might catalyze a similar transformation within himself. He immediately stepped back, leaving the metal mirror surface to return to the corpse and surrounding wasteland at the base of the corpse mountain. He then saw the smooth mirror-like surface of his chest plate, with tendrils of black mist seeping out, like illusory shadows seeming to try and grasp him. Lumion swiftly turned his body and sprinted toward the corpse mountain peak. Sometimes transforming into a blazing white flaming spear to propel himself forward, sometimes teleporting dozens of meters, he continually climbed upward through the mountain formed of corpses and bones, scattered with lingering embers. He aimed to lead the out-of-control, collapsing mirror person Gay, corrupted into monstrosity, to Albus Medici and Celeste, telling them you're welcome. Whether climbing by hand and foot, using his contracted abilities for short-range teleports, or ascending in flaming spear form, Lumion felt an immense oppressive presence behind him. An indescribable, constantly shifting black shadow was cast onto him and his path ahead, inevitably filling him with fear. He now had no way to know what horrific form the pursuing monster had taken or what state it was in. He only knew for certain it was not something a normal human should observe or discern. Suddenly, Gay's deep voice rang in his ears, "Mommy. Mommy." Lumien's mouth twitched, realizing that even with all the strange corruptions on himself, the one from the Great Mother, from the Omabella bloodline, still stood out as the most exceptional. After all, Mr. Fool had left behind a seal, not a corruption. Lumien fled even faster. Finally, he saw the summit of the corpse mountain peak, Celeste and Albus Medici. Chapter 836, Unorthodox Feint. Albus transformed into a blazing white, blue-tinged flaming spear, flying to the peak of the corpse mountain, toward Julie's filthy blood descending onto the charred 0-01 banner. But in the blink of an eye, he lost his target, reverting from his fiery state to land beside the corpse where 0-01 should have been embedded. At the peak, opening his eyes no longer seemed an issue, but Albus Medici's vision no longer contained the charred banner, Julie's filthy blood, or Celeste. With his past experience, Albus quickly understood what was happening. This was the mirror world, or a mirror maze. After waiting so long at the peak, Celeste must have made some preparations. As Albus guessed, this was a mirror maze created by multiple mirrors reflecting each other. Celeste stood outside, her gaze pained and distant as she watched the filthy blood race towards the charred flag. For some reason, the filthy blood slowed its descent, as if repelled by 0-01, but it still sank inexorably, just at a reduced pace. Albus tried using the crystal necklace coiled around his wrist but found no mirror world to traverse or escape through, confirming he was trapped in the mirror maze. He immediately condensed blazing white, blue-tinged fireballs, sending them in all directions to blast the hidden mirrors forming the maze. As its name implied, the mirror maze was just a maze, not a true barrier with defenses. Thunderous explosions erupted almost simultaneously, yet Albus still could not break through the mirror maze. Not a single mirror had been damaged. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, Albus decisively abandoned any further such attempts. Outside the mirror maze, Celeste felt the explosive winds and inwardly scoffed. In other locations, widespread bombardment might overwhelm a mirror maze meant to trap hunters. But here at the Corpse Mountain's peak, the heart of 0-01's seal, it would not be so easy. As a demoness of affliction corrupted by 0-01 to some degree like Julie, Celeste could wield traces of that special mirror world's power. The mirror maze's mirrors were not at the peak itself, but scattered among the corpses and bones below, their reflections then projected around 0-01's vicinity through that special mirror world, forming the mirror maze. Seeing Julie's filthy blood nearing the charred banner, Celeste felt a mix of elation and confusion, underlaid by anguish. From somewhere, she produced a black teardrop-like ornament and affixed it to between her brows. Inside the mirror maze, Albus calmly lowered his head and half-closed his eyes, preparing to do what would inevitably be required. He murmured in ancient Hermes, the great god of war, the symbol of iron and blood, the ruler of chaos and strife. With this three-passage invocation of the honorific name, the iron-black metal flagpole suspending the charred banner shuddered slightly, its drooping flag fully unfurling with a rattling sound despite the stillness, each bloody stain growing vivid. Julie's filthy blood halted, hovering a couple meters from 0-01, as if grasped by an unseen hand. High above, clouds rapidly swirled into an immense vortex tinged with faint purple firelight, larger than the mountain itself, its far end suggesting some vast entity straining against an invisible barrier. Cracks spread from the Salinger's blood banner with snapping sounds, the special mirror world over the peak shattering. The mirror maze dissipated as its special mirror world projection broke apart. Albus's head snapped up, his irises now flecked with iron black, a bloody mark stark on his brow. His gaze fell on Celeste, now adorned with her own black teardrop ornament, meeting her eyes. Before combat could erupt, Lumien nonchalantly climbed over the peak's edge, a mere 7 or 8 meters from 0-01. No communication was needed as Albus and Celeste simultaneously attacked Lumien. Albus casually thrust out a fist, expelling a massive blue-tinged fireball, while frost coalesced around Celeste's head into mirrors, each preceding an eerie, smoldering black flame. But just as Celeste's icy mirrors would have reflected Lumion, his figure faded, vanishing with a mocking smile. Behind him, an immense silhouette suddenly loomed into Albus and Celeste's view. Already over 5 or 6 meters tall yet still growing, twisting appendages sprouting, it was covered in patches of brown bark and sickening knobs that oozed clear fluid from the gaps. For now, the monstrosity cradled a blood-stained, vertebrae-trailing head in one hand, its silvery black empty eyes dead and sunken. On either shoulder was a fleshy, head-sized bulge, the surface rippling with some contained liquid. The next second, the monster leaped to the peak, shedding puddles of wriggling maggot flesh. Countless black gaseous tendrils dragged at it from behind, trying to pull it back into the sleek, iron-black breastplate mirror. The mere sight catalyzed a visceral sensation of corruption in Albus and Celeste. Celeste's hair billowed outward, rapidly thickening and coarsening, while Albus's face became mapped with protruding black veins. Boom! Albus's immense blue-tinged fireball with white remnants exploded against the monstrosity as Celeste's flickering array of frost mirrors reflected its figure, engulfing it in roiling black flames. Crack! The monster shattered mirror-like, its silhouette immediately reappearing beside 0-01, making Albus and Celeste's scalps prickle. It could use mirror substitution too. Raising its severed head, the monstrosity emitted a sound like it came from another world. Celeste felt herself plunged into cloying, frozen blackness, constrained on all sides in inescapable oppression. Albus likewise found himself surrounded by stifling darkness. This was a mystic technique inspired by the mirror person's state of being. At that moment, Lumion, having teleported away to avoid the earlier clash, reappeared at the corpse peak space. His silhouette flickered behind Albus in the darkness, mouth opening to harumph, sending a pale yellow gaseous breath that washed over him. For an instant, Albus's eyes went blank, his body swaying before he recovered his senses. The Red Angel had helped him resist part of the spell of Harumph's effects. Seizing Albus's momentary disorientation, Lumion's left fist blazed with white flames as he struck at his vulnerable point, the neck connecting head and body. Cole! As Lumion's fist neared Albus's neck, the member of the Medici family transformed into a humanoid blaze of white, blue-tinged fire. Not the merger with a flaming spear, but transmutation into living flame itself. In this fiery state, his neck was no longer a weakness. Bang! Lumion's punch only made the flaming figure waver and dim slightly. In the next instant, Albus became a roaring blue-tinged flaming spear, bursting through the black icy shackles into the air. Wheeling about like a javelin cast from the high vortex's hidden depths, he unleashed dozens of blue-streaked white fireballs in a thunderous barrage toward the peak. Boom! Rumble! Boom boom! Horrific explosions engulfed the area in relentless succession. The indescribable monstrosity repeatedly used mirror substitution yet could not escape the bombardment's range. Meanwhile, Lumion had teleported preemptively back to the mountain's base. Still teleporting? Handbro isn't dead yet? As a chill ran down Lumion's back, he saw Celeste's face reflected in a nearby corpse's smooth breastplate. The Demoness had not met Albus's assault with mirror substitution, instead deploying a mirror to swiftly traverse the mirror world to the wasteland, one of Lumion's backup plans. Seeing she did not immediately attack him, Lumion turned his gaze back toward the peak. He did not regret missing the opportunity to eliminate Albus earlier, as that was the outcome he wanted. If he had intended to kill Albus with that strike, he would not have used only his Cole ability. He would have surely drawn the Sword of Courage or attacked in his Desire incarnation form instead. If I killed Albus now, who would help me deal with Celeste and that monster? Just me alone? Lumion inwardly muttered with obvious malice. His earlier attack had a hidden purpose, to deceive Albus into thinking his defenses were ineffective against Lumion, to make him believe the pitch-black bone ring on his hand could not target him. Then, at the crucial moment, he could surprise Albus by exploiting this misconception. The thunderous explosions finally subsided. The corpses and bones atop the peak had suffered severe damage, and Julie's filthy blood had dissipated somewhat. The indescribable monster no longer had mirror substitution, its surface charred and tattered. Albus reappeared, his iron-black eyes lifting his right hand to push forward. A spiraling storm of white-blue fire ravens flocked relentlessly toward the monster's exposed abdomen in overwhelming numbers. Rumble! Its weak point battered, the staggering monster collapsed into fragments. Seeing this, Lumion instantly drew a straight sword resembling the Sword of Courage and teleported to the peak, while Celeste also raced toward it. Chapter 837, each with their own schemes. Lumion did not directly teleport behind Albus Medici, nor did he approach the fragmented corpse of the monster Gay. Instead, his figure quickly materialized at the edge of the peak area. Earlier, while observing the battle from the mountain's base, he had already stopped the knowledge recitation from the brass talisman made by Archbishop Herberg and removed the corresponding earplugs, placing them in the traveler's bag. This was out of concern that the upcoming intense battle might cause devastating damage to them. Similarly, he wore the mirror cufflink on his cuff, preparing to use it. As soon as Lumion appeared at the mountain peak, he saw the pus flowing from Gay's corpse fragments seep into the bodies and bones forming the ground, igniting nearly invisible and colorless flames. Those flames instantly engulfed Gay's dismembered body, burning it to ashes, giving no chance for it to writhe and grow. At the same time, Lumion noticed that the almost invisible remnant flames that had existed at the peak had mostly extinguished, with the remaining ones about to burn out completely. He had also noticed earlier from the mountain base that the scattered remnant flames on the wasteland were successively extinguishing. Of course, this did not affect the illumination of the corpse mountain and its surrounding areas. Light came from the purple fiery glow seeping through the massive vortex high in the sky, from the corpses, bones, and different parts of the wasteland ignited during the battle between Albus Medici, Celeste, and the monster Gay, and from the charred banner that was shaking and vibrating with increasing frequency. The original remnant flames are extinguishing? Were they not always present, but rather created by 0-01 in response to the appearance of Han-Bro, a being with godhood? As this thought struck Lumion, he gripped the ordinary straight sword resembling the Sword of Courage with both hands and ran towards Albus Medici, who was about a dozen meters away. With a whoosh, the straight sword burst into blazing white flames. Albus, with his brow mark vivid and seemingly about to drip, bent down, letting his hands touch the corpses and bones forming the mountain. The flesh of some corpses suddenly melted, becoming viscous, while bones rapidly gathered. Albus then straightened up, forcibly pulling from the corpse and bone ground a huge white sword temporarily formed from countless spines and neck bones, with melted viscous flesh entwined around it, bringing a bloody and bizarre appearance. Albus dragged this bizarrely shaped, horrifying giant sword to meet Lumion. Crack! The giant sword of bones protruding through waxy flesh split Lumion's blazing white flame sword in two with a single strike. Lumion's figure vanished, rapidly reappearing behind Albus. He swiftly drew another iron-black straight sword resembling the Sword of Courage from the traveler's bag and struck heavily at the neck of this Medici family member before him. Albus swiftly turned, swinging his monstrous giant sword horizontally, once again shattering Lumion's weapon. Lumion teleported once more, again flashing behind his enemy. But as soon as his figure began to materialize, sharp icy spears condensed in midair, raining down like a storm. Celeste, who had concealed herself and circled to an unknown location, launched an area attack targeting both Albus and Lumion. Lumion then saw dense fog. It surged out from around Albus, instantly enveloping the area, reducing visibility to 10 meters and preventing Lumion from sensing spirit world coordinates beyond the fog, making it difficult to directly teleport out. Fog of war. Immediately after, Albus, now out of Lumion and Celeste's sight, pressed a layered, compressed, yet still massive blue fireball towards the ground of the corpse mountain. Boom! A terrifying explosion that temporarily deafened swept across the area, dispersing the dense fog of war, vaporizing the falling icy spears, destroying part of the corpses and bones, and igniting others. Almost simultaneously, Lumien's figure was reflected in the black breastplate of a corpse on the wasteland. Earlier, when his teleportation was restricted, he had immediately taken out a mirror from the traveler's bag and activated the mirror cufflink on his left cuff. Using this beyonder item, Lumien had entered the mirror world just before Albus created the indiscriminate explosion and the dense icy spears fell, escaping from the peak of the corpse mountain. This was similar to his choice when escaping from Albus and Gusai's encirclement in that underground cavern filled with the fog of war. Lumien jumped out of the smooth black metal breastplate, and the glass-like ornament on his cuff instantly turned grayish-white, crumbling into dust that scattered to the ground. The mirror cufflink had been used for the last time. At the peak of the corpse mountain, Albus had already turned and was rushing towards the increasingly violently shaking 0-01. At this point, Julie's pool of filthy blood was only about a meter away from the surface of the charred banner. Since Albus's battle with the monster gay began, the blood no longer felt as if it was being held up by an invisible hand and continued to fall, albeit at an increasingly slower pace. Seeing 0-01 within reach, a mirror of ice and snow, 2 to 3 people tall, suddenly rose in front of Albus. The mirror instantly reflected Albus's figure. Similar ice mirrors abruptly appeared to Albus's sides and behind him, reflecting different angles of this Red Angel descendant. As these giant ice mirrors formed, thick, snake-like strands of blackened hair emerged from the edge of the mountain, carrying the quiet and eerie demoness black flames, rapidly extending towards those mirrors. Celeste intended to curse Albus with this. Albus swiftly turned sideways, facing the source of those snake-like black hairs, and saw Celeste, cloaked in a black robe with an oddly flushed face. Boom! Multiple blazing white, blue-tinged fireballs quickly condensed, shattering those 4 huge ice mirrors into pieces. However, these fragments melted slowly, continuing to reflect Albus's image from different angles, densely awaiting the arrival of the snake-like hairs carrying the demoness flames. Holding the bizarre giant sword, Albus suddenly transformed into a blazing white, blue-tinged fire person, expanding to 3 to 4 meters tall. This brought continuous high temperatures, completely melting those ice mirror fragments. Silently, Celeste withdrew those long hairs covered in black flames, once again concealing her form, moving to an unknown location. Lumien teleported over. This time, he drew the iron-black sword of courage from the traveler's bag, the true sword of courage. Enduring the continuous burning pain of sulphurous flames, Lumien was instantly filled with courage. What's there to fear from just a Sequence 5 who can borrow some power from the Red Angel? Why hide? Lumien swung the sword of courage at Albus Medici, only igniting the godhood-possessing straight sword with blazing white, blue-tinged flames just before it was about to clash with Albus's bizarre bone and flesh sword. Having courage didn't mean not using schemes and tricks. Albus's now iron-black eyes showed no surprise. Instead, a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. His bizarre bone and flesh sword suddenly burst into near-blue flames. You've been pretending to be weak all along, only using ordinary straight swords. How could I not be prepared for you to suddenly use a godhood-possessing attack? Albus's body abruptly metallized, instantly boosting his strength to its peak. Boom! The 2 swords collided, creating a sound like an exploding shell. The blast of wind failed to shake Albus, whose skin now had an iron-black tinge, pushing Lumien and his sword of courage back. Suddenly, Lumien melted into a viscous black liquid that seemed to be formed from the most sinister desires deep within the human heart. He disintegrated on the ground, rapidly flowing to the bottom of Albus's feet, covering him like a shadow. Crack! The illusory, viscous, chilling black liquid suddenly dispersed, and a mirror tinged with silvery black fell onto the corpses and bones, shattering into pieces. Mirror substitution? Lumien was shocked. Albus has mirror substitution too? No, he hadn't used it in several dangerous situations before. Albus's figure emerged from a mirror near the peak of the corpse mountain, smiling as he transformed into a blazing white, blue-tinged flame spear, flying back to the battlefield. That mirror was a remnant of Celeste's mirror maze. He didn't have mirror substitution, but he could still traverse the mirror world using the crystal necklace coiled around his wrist. During Lumien's first attack, he had prepared a mirror in advance, hiding it at his waist under his tattered jacket. The indescribable monster appeared so abruptly and strangely, pursuing you. How could I not be prepared for you in this aspect? As for how to quickly escape combat without mirror substitution and avoid being affected, you've demonstrated it twice already. Seeing the flame spear flying towards him, Lumien, still in his viscous black liquid state, immediately seeped into the gaps between the corpses and bones, using this to leave the mountain peak. Filled with courage, he didn't intend to flee. To avoid being trapped by the fog of war again without the mirror cufflink, he planned to circle around to the other side, seeking new opportunities to corrupt Albus Medici. Fleeing was definitely not an option. At this moment, Lumien suddenly felt a rather intense weakness. Has my spirituality dried up prematurely? No, it's not just a matter of spirituality. Lumien thought as he reverted to human form and released his accumulated spirituality. Clang! His right hand inexplicably lost strength, making it difficult to hold on to the sword of courage. He could only watch helplessly as the iron-black straight sword fell to the ground, clanging against a stark white skeleton. Why didn't I teleport to create distance first? I seem to be sick. Lumien was suddenly alarmed and immediately activated the black mark on his right shoulder, disappearing from near the peak of the corpse mountain. He left the sword of courage there, not retrieving it for the moment. He was hoping the opponent would trigger one of its negative effects in about 10 minutes. If the sword of courage wasn't sealed away, it would indiscriminately attack nearby people. And now, the people around the sword of courage were Albus Medici and Celeste. As soon as Lumien's figure materialized on the wasteland, Albus at the peak of the corpse mountain slightly furrowed his brow. This descendant of the Red Angel swayed slightly, noticeably weaker than before. He seemed to have fallen ill as well. Chapter 838, Bluffing. Albus's right hand holding the weapon drooped down, seemingly too weak to bear the weight of the bone and flesh sword. He planted it on the ground made of corpses and bones, but compared to Lumien directly dropping the sword of courage, he was clearly much better off. At the same time, Celeste's voice, filled with anticipation and cruel amusement, emanated from various mirrors and mirror-like objects scattered across the corpse mountain and wasteland. How are you feeling? Confused about when you got infected with the plague? Sure enough, it's a demoness plague. Standing on the wasteland, Lumien took advantage of the moment before his muscles completely lost strength, when he could still lift light objects, to quickly remove the Devil's Whisper's bone ring from his finger and stuff it back into the traveler's bag. Wearing this ring would cause Lumien to be constantly burned by sulfurous flames, inside and out, continuously weakening his resistance and tolerance to plague. Although he was already poisoned by sulfur and had some degree of burns, stopping the damage in time was still very important. After putting away the Devil's Whisper's bone ring, Lumien took out the brass talisman and matching earplugs given by Archbishop Heriberg, gripping one in his left palm and putting the other back into his left ear. Listen. Lumien again uttered this ancient Hermes word, continuing his learning process. Meanwhile, Celeste's voice continued to emanate from various mirror surfaces and mirror-like objects. We were certain that the operation targeting 0-01 would face interference and competition from Beyonders of the Hunter pathway, and we would inevitably have to confront Wannik. So, we prepared a Grade 1 sealed artifact in advance. The mystical pathogen it produces has a very notable characteristic: it can survive in high-temperature flames for a period of time. And I can use the power of the special mirror world to let those pathogens spread quietly through different mirror surfaces, silently dispersing throughout this wasteland and corpse mountain. You've been setting fires all along, but I've also been continuously releasing frost, pretending to attack and curse. This actually freezes those mystical pathogens inside, allowing them to survive longer in high temperatures. Combined with their own special nature, it's enough for you to be contaminated partially, slowly seeping into your bodies. Celeste explained in great detail, as if wanting to bring pain and savor despair. This might be her hobby, or perhaps a negative influence brought by certain items. Albus Medici, leaning on that bone and flesh sword, kept turning his body, looking in different directions, seemingly trying to quickly pinpoint Celeste's true form and drag her out of the mirror world. However, it was impossible to discern which mirror Celeste was in just from the source of the sound. She might have been constantly moving through the mirror world without stopping. Similarly, even if Albus recited those 3 passages of the honorific name again, he could only affect the special mirror world in this area at the peak of the Corpse Mountain. He couldn't damage the mirrors in the middle and lower parts of the Corpse Mountain and on the wasteland. Celeste's voice gradually became shrill, both painful and pleasurable. This pathogen also has flaws. It's not the type that will have fatal effects in a short time. It can only make you quickly lose your physical strength, accelerate the dissipation of spirituality, and eventually make you lie on the ground, unable to move, desperately listening to your own heart gradually weakening and stop beating. Hearing this, Lumion teleported to change his position, avoiding being assassinated by Celeste taking advantage of the situation. Some thoughts flashed through his mind. Could I wear the Eggers family's golden mask to counteract the damage from this mystical pathogen? If I stop my heart from beating in advance, I won't have to worry about it losing strength. No, this mystical pathogen seems to affect the spirit body as well. Perhaps, after physical death, the spirit body will gradually lose the power to maintain its own existence. Moreover, Archbishop Harburg said that becoming a deceased here would only lead to eternal slumber. Well, perhaps in the future, one might be awakened as a puppet of 0-01. Albus Medici at the peak of the Corpse Mountain suddenly laughed. So that's how it is. I do feel weakened. Even with my ancestor helping me share the impact, in 3 or 4 minutes I should completely lose my fighting ability, barely able to crawl. But I don't remember if I told you what I was going to do in the underground mausoleum, or if you noticed that the abnormality had already occurred. As he spoke, Albus's smile gradually brightened. His demeanor was composed, appearing very confident and assured, not panicked at all. Celeste, who had been emitting sounds from different mirrors and mirror-like objects to delay time until the effects of the mystical pathogen deepened, suddenly fell silent. She seemed to be observing her surroundings, trying to find the abnormality Albus mentioned. Albus moved his neck and said with an upturned corner of his mouth, I only have 3 things to accomplish here. First is to kill Wannik, so that 0-01 no longer has a proxy of this level. Second is to recite my ancestors' honorific names around 0-01, causing it to resonate and gradually awaken. Third, is to delay time, waiting for 0-01 to break free from this Corpse Mountain on its own. Haven't you noticed that the frequency and amplitude of 0-01's trembling and shaking are getting higher and larger? Haven't you noticed that 0-01 is about to break free from the Corpse Mountain? While Celeste, hidden near the peak of the Corpse Mountain, concealed in one of the components of the previous mirror maze to closely observe Albus's movements and ready to interfere with the target's self-rescue at any time, tensed up and instinctively looked towards the violently shaking and trembling 0-01. She then saw that charred banner with the dangerous blood spots densely covering it. Her head suddenly buzzed, and her neck ached. She was further corrupted. Crack! The mirror where Celeste was hiding instantly shattered, revealing her figure, with a blank expression, her head trying to separate from her neck. Now! Albus seized the opportunity, discarding the heavy bone and flesh sword, transforming into a blazing white, blue-tinged flame spear, swooshing down near Celeste. Then, he created a dense fog of war, enveloping Celeste and the area within about 10 meters around this demoness. After completing this, Albus didn't give Celeste a chance to break free from her corrupted state and escape the fog of war through the mirror world. Mustering his remaining strength, he condensed several blue fireballs and sent them crashing into the fog of war one after another. Rumble! Relatively violent explosions occurred, and pale blue flames rose up. Celeste's mirror substitution was passively triggered. But affected and misled by the fog of war, her figure reappeared still within the blast range, still covered by shock waves powerful enough to destroy a demoness body. Albus controlled the power of the fireballs, ensuring the fog of war was never dispersed, causing Celeste's mirror substitutions to shatter one after another. Similarly, he also controlled the frequency of fireballs bombarding that small area of fog, not giving Celeste even a slight chance to recover and enter the mirror world. Finally, Celeste's shadow froze. That beautiful and seductive body blackened and disintegrated, falling to the ground in the form of corpse fragments. Plop, the black teardrop-shaped ornament she had been wearing on her brow fell onto a corpse. Albus stopped maintaining the fog of war and looked at the dead Celeste, laughing mockingly. "Oh, I forgot to tell you, my calmness just now was feigned. I needed to delay for 5 to 6 minutes to wait for 0-01 to resonate with my ancestor to the extreme, initially awaken, and break free from the constraints of the corpse mountain." "Why were you in such a hurry?" "So hurried that you forgot direct eye contact with 0-01 would lead to corruption, and you were already corrupted to some extent. Remember, being too hasty or too slow are both major taboos in war." While mocking the dead, Albus didn't go to pick up that black teardrop-shaped ornament which clearly possessed beyond her power, fearing it might trigger corresponding negative effects and impact subsequent matters, especially since he was already considerably weakened. At this point, his hands and feet had become powerless, running had become difficult, so he could only transform again into a blazing white, blue-tinged flame spear, flying back near 0-01. He glanced at Julie's filthy blood slowly falling in midair, estimating it was only about 30 to 40 centimeters away from the target. Albus then threw a blue fireball at it, burning that pool of filthy blood, causing it to slowly evaporate and dissipate without triggering any additional changes. After closing his eyes to sense the frequency and amplitude of 0-01 shaking and trembling, Albus silently said to himself, "It seems to be progressing faster than expected, 2 or 3 more minutes should be enough." "Heh, Celeste, I lied about one thing earlier. In the end, 0-01 still can't break free on its own, it needs me to help it with Medici family blood. I didn't mock your corpse earlier because I had too much time," some words needed to be heard by Lumion Lee, to make him overlook the part where I lied. Albus Medici then turned to look at the wasteland, at Lumion who had just completed a teleportation to change his position to avoid being locked onto, and said loudly with a laugh, "You're very alert. In such a pressing situation, you actually didn't follow that fool Celeste to observe the abnormalities of 0-01. Lumion raised his hand to scratch his right ear, telling a lie that couldn't be more obvious. "Sorry, I was learning, I didn't hear your conversation just now." "Alright, I admit, I was thinking Celeste would help me confirm the current situation of 0-01. Albus looked at this guy and said thoughtfully, "You're very calm. Your physical combat ability should be almost depleted by now. As for me, with my ancestors sharing the burden, I can definitely hold out longer than you." Lumion laughed, laughing with composure and confidence, exuding the brilliance of a top student. "Haven't you noticed that there are other abnormalities here?" Chapter 839, The Hidden Taboo. Other abnormalities? Albus's first reaction was that Lumion was imitating him, trying to trick him into looking at something he shouldn't. He cautiously scanned the wasteland below the corpse mountain, only seeing undead soldiers fallen in different places and nearly extinguished colorless embers. During this process, Albus also listened for any movements around him, but apart from the increasingly violent trembling and shaking of 0-01, he received no other information. "Are you trying to delay time this way?" "I think this is more advantageous for me," Albus replied to Lumion with a smile. The image of this competitor was reflected in his iron-black eyes as he quickly estimated the probability of launching a successful surprise attack in his mind. He wanted to eliminate the last hidden danger before losing his close combat ability. Lumion didn't give Albus this opportunity. Although his arms had weakened to the point where he could only pick up relatively light objects, and his legs were so weak he could barely walk, the accumulated spirituality he released was still quite abundant, enough to support him in completing many teleportations. His figure disappeared from Albus's sight, then reappeared on the side of the corpse mountain. Before Albus could find him, Lumion said with a smile, "It's understandable that you didn't notice other abnormalities here. After all, you don't seem to be someone who enjoys studying." And your ancestor, that red angel, although having a very thorough understanding of 0-01, the current 0-01 is no longer the same as before. From the sealed artifact information, I know that after your ancestor was killed by the Blood Emperor, 0-01 changed hands twice, once to Alista Tudor, and once to death from the southern continent. Therefore, it has been corrupted by other, equally high-level corruptions. Seeing Albus's gaze turn towards him, seemingly listening and discerning the truth of his words without immediate intention to launch an attack, Lumion stayed in place and continued, "Of course, your ancestor visited Fourth Epoch Trier and understood the various details of the corresponding seal. Maurora's seal was modeled after Trier's, so you definitely wouldn't lack understanding of the situation here. But the seals on both sides are only mostly similar, with many details still having critical differences. The book Principles of Sealing tells me that this is because 0-01 and its corruption are purer compared to Fourth Epoch Trier, it's less complex, can form fewer balances and constraints, and many characteristic issues are more prominent. If your ancestor were to come in person, take a turn in the underground mausoleum, no, just take a few glances, he would definitely understand what abnormality I'm talking about. But unfortunately, he can't descend to Maurora, and probably can't see or hear directly through the seal using your eyes and ears. He can only give you power, help you share the damage, and listen to your reports periodically. Under these circumstances, it's indeed understandable that you didn't notice other abnormalities here." Albus Medici stared down at Lumion, listening to his narrative with a smile on his face, while pondering where the problem actually lay. Rambling on and on about irrelevant things, it does seem like he's trying to buy time. But buying time is more beneficial to me. The resonance between 0-01 and my ancestor is getting stronger and stronger. In 2 or 3 more minutes, I'll be able to approach and drip some Medici family blood. His condition will only deteriorate faster than mine. The longer we delay, the weaker he'll become. Is he waiting for reinforcements? But unless the Archbishop of the Church of Knowledge personally intervenes, there should be no one in Maurora who can participate in this struggle, and those outside Maurora can't come in. The Church of Knowledge currently appears quite neutral, at most with a slight inclination in secret. They won't directly get involved. I need to be vigilant about this point. So-called scholars are more treacherous than us hunters. The more knowledge they have, the more treacherous they become. It's a pity, this trashcan is very alert. He'll teleport away at the slightest sign of trouble, while I need to get close to release the fog of war. No wonder my ancestor said that before Alista Tudor became a god, he found Bethel Abraham more troublesome. Continuously feinting attacks, forcing him to use teleport repeatedly, draining his spirituality. That's one way. If we really go on according to his pace, by the time his spirituality is insufficient to support teleport, I'll also be almost unable to complete the battle. Even standing will be difficult, only able to rely on fire ravens scatter shots like a blind man shooting birds. But if feints are to be convincing, they need to consume a lot of spirituality, and if they're not convincing, they can't bluff anyone. Why does this dog shit-like pathogen target the physical body first, then affect the spirit body? If the rate of spirituality dissipation could be as fast as the loss of muscle strength, the problem would be simple. In that case, I wouldn't need to hold out for too long, just longer than this trash can. As Albus's thoughts raced, Lumion smiled and said, "Do you need me to give you a hint? I don't know if you've seen the sealing information for 0-01, but you must be very familiar with the various taboos here. Haven't you noticed that 2 sections of the content, or rather, 2 of the taboos, hide problems? 2 taboos hiding problems?" Albus suddenly had a dangerous intuition. He began to believe that some of what Lumion said might be true. Lumion said with a mocking tone, "Haven't figured it out yet? See, this is the consequence of not studying." I didn't notice it at first either, but after reading a large amount of related books and materials in Maurora, I gradually developed doubts. Let me give you another hint. The first problematic taboo is that experimental subjects must cover their eyes and carry a lamp, and if the lamp goes out, that experimental personnel will directly disappear, and everyone who knows him will simultaneously believe that he died long ago. What's wrong with that? I've already had people verify the authenticity of this taboo. It's only because there are many light sources here, otherwise we would have all disappeared by now. Albus quickly thought about the details he might have overlooked. At this moment, Lumien's figure suddenly disappeared. He teleported to change his position, appearing near the top of the corpse mountain, next to the Sword of Courage. Taking advantage of the fact that he could still move the traveler's bag, he crouched down and slipped the bag he had been holding in advance over the Sword of Courage, returning it to its companions. At this time, Albus, not expecting Lumien to appear so close to the top of the corpse mountain, was still searching for the target with his gaze across the wasteland. By the time he reacted and condensed blue fireballs to bombard downwards, Lumien had already activated the black mark on his right shoulder and truly teleported to somewhere in the wasteland. He risked picking up the Sword of Courage because he now realized that he might be the one facing its indiscriminate attacks later. As the rumbling explosions just began to subside, Lumien's voice sounded again, "Haven't you figured it out yet? After I arrived at the real corpse mountain, I actually doubted my guess and completely abandoned it, but the later results made me more certain, and allowed me to figure out more problems along the way." Lumien spoke to Albus Medici from afar in the tone of a teacher. "The answer is, why must it be experimental subjects carrying lit lamps to enter? Why not place burning wall lamps at intervals inside the underground mausoleum and replace the lamp oil regularly? Although this would consume more resources, it would be more convenient and safer. The Church of Knowledge's financial power couldn't possibly be unable to support such an arrangement. Is it to make the seal seem mysterious and terrifying? Obviously not, there are clearly deeper reasons." Albus Medici's eyes flickered slightly, vaguely having some guesses. He cast his gaze towards the embers scattered across the corpse mountain. Lumien's figure disappeared again, appearing among Celeste's corpse fragments. He then inverted the traveler's bag over the black teardrop-shaped forehead ornament, collecting it. This time, Albus tracked Lumien's figure in time, but he didn't make a move, nor did he transform into a flame spear to throw himself over. This was firstly because the other could teleport away at any time, and secondly because what Lumien was doing now was also beneficial to him. Albus was almost certain that the forehead ornament was the source of the current mystical pathogen. After placing it in another space, the concentration of pathogens here would gradually decrease, preventing their conditions from rapidly deteriorating, allowing them to hold out longer. After putting away the forehead ornament, Lumien immediately teleported to the wasteland on the other side of the corpse mountain, smiling at Albus. The second problematic taboo is Beyonders with strength surpassing sequence 5 are forbidden from approaching. Warning, Beyonders with strength surpassing sequence 5 are forbidden from approaching. Albus immediately understood Lumien's line of thought and asked in a deep voice, "You mean there's no need to specifically emphasize that Beyonders above sequence 5 cannot approach?" Indeed, in reality, as long as they're not already corrupted experimental subjects or special people like us, whether they're above sequence 5 or not, they shouldn't approach 0-01. Lumien wanted to applaud, but even adjusting the traveler's bag was quite strenuous for him now. He said with a tone that approved his educatability, "Yes, so why specifically emphasize that Beyonders above sequence 5 cannot approach?" Probably because when Beyonders above sequence 5 approach 0-01, besides bringing danger to themselves, it would also trigger additional, more terrifying abnormalities. Therefore, it must be specially warned. Just now, the appearance of Handbro brought about an attack from 0-01, leaving embers all over this wasteland and corpse mountain. And from my observation, these embers will extinguish on their own. What does this indicate? It indicates that before we came in, this place was in darkness, without any firelight. Combining this with the first problematic taboo I mentioned, and with what the book Principles of Sealing says about self-balance and self-sealing, the potential hidden danger becomes very clear. Albus's expression changed slightly, obviously realizing what the possible abnormality might be. Lumien once again changed his position using teleportation and continued, "That hidden danger is that there's a latent taboo. The underground mausoleum needs eternal, deathly darkness. It can occasionally have light, but there can't be continuous light in the same place. And when Beyond Earth's above sequence 5 with Godhood approach, it instinctively causes 0-01 to burn this area, bringing embers that can last for a period of time. At this point, Lumien's smile grew even brighter. Now, the embers have been burning for a while, and you're still continuously creating firelight. I'm very curious about what will happen next. What will happen? Albus Medici's gaze instantly froze, his back suddenly tensing. He knew where the problem lay now. The frequency and amplitude of 0-01's trembling and shaking were more violent than he had anticipated, progressing faster. At this moment, the entire sky suddenly took on the color of burning. Chapter 840, The Importance of Knowledge. Inside Morora. Two exiles who were dueling suddenly dropped their swords and clutched their necks with their hands. Blood seeped through their fingers. Nearby onlookers and pedestrians also experienced a stuttering effect, as if their heads were being grabbed by invisible hands and forcefully pulled upwards, causing the muscles in their necks to gradually tear. In the endless graveyard near the Knowledge Cathedral, all the trees suddenly burst into bright red flames. The soil in the corresponding graves writhed as if something was trying to crawl out. More and more clouds gathered in the sky, taking on the color of burning fire. At the top of the corpse mountain, Albus Medici's neck also stung with pain. He raised his hand with great difficulty and weakness, trying to press down on it. He already understood what was happening. He didn't hastily turn his head to look directly at 0-01, as that would not only result in considerable corruption, but could also break his neck, causing his head to detach. Albus slowly turned his body to face 0-01, but closed his eyes. At the same time, he heard rustling and clanging sounds from the wasteland. Lumien saw those undead soldiers in iron-black full-body armor standing up one after another, the dark red or pale flames in their eye sockets clearly flickering. The huge cloud vortex in the sky tinged with purple firelight was being torn apart and smoothed by an invisible force. The abnormality had finally manifested. Albus didn't hesitate. He immediately let his skin take on an iron-black hue, his entire body seeming to transform into a metal-cast puppet. Keeping his eyes tightly shut, he approached 0-01 step by step. During this process, his neck was noticeably stretched, causing the iron membrane that made up his skin to be torn into countless tiny metal threads. Deep, chilling cut marks appeared on his iron-black flesh and bones, with bright red blood visibly oozing out. In just a few seconds, Albus Medici walked to 0-01's side. He released his right palm that had been weakly pressing on his neck, letting it extend towards the charred flag, carrying his own blood. As a fellow hunter, Albus also had very strong spatial perception and positioning abilities. Moreover, 0-01's flag was violently shaking, fluttering loudly, with sounds entering Albus's ears, making it easy for him to determine the target's location. Of course, if he directly touched 0-01's main body, the corruption would truly occur. This couldn't be avoided just by not looking. But Albus now had no other choice. Just as he reached out towards that charred flag, Albus heard a snap sound, the sound of the iron skin on his metal neck being completely torn apart. He immediately changed his form, transforming from an iron-black metal-cast puppet into a blue human-shaped flame. This caused the blood on his palm to evaporate rapidly. While guarding against a sudden attack from Lumien, Albus quickened his movements, continuously flicking the mostly evaporated bright red blood towards the front. On the wasteland, Lumien was mingling among the undead soldiers, his palm both scorching hot and ice-cold. He didn't dare to look towards 0-01, so he naturally didn't know Albus's current actions, but he could roughly guess that the other was making a final gamble. It's useless, the situation has already spiraled out of your control. Lumien muttered, not moving to stop him. He was more worried that if he really teleported next to Salinger's blood banner to stop Albus Medici from dripping blood on it, he might step into a trap set by the other. Given the current situation, Albus could completely change his approach. Since he couldn't achieve his intended goal, he might as well eliminate all competitors, making his side the more advantageous camp, and then use this to reorganize. So, Albus was likely pretending to drip Medici family blood onto 0-01's flag, but actually trying to lure Lumion to stop him, thus seizing the opportunity to kill the last competitor. At the top of the corpse mountain, the human-shaped flame that Albus had transformed into was severely stretched, with the upper and lower parts seeming about to separate. At the same time, the flaming light he emitted dimmed considerably, like ordinary flames doused with a bucket of ice-cold fresh blood. Plop, Albus heard the tiny sound of liquid hitting the flag. After thousands of years, the Medici family's blood finally fell on 0-01's charred flag again. However, there was no additional change. This was also within Albus's expectations. After all, the degree of resonance had not yet reached its limit, and 0-01's awakening situation had significantly exceeded any threshold. Albus's desperate attempt to leave blood on the charred flag was more about reserving a chess piece for the future, making some preparations. The next second, Albus, existing in the form of a human-shaped flame, felt an intense pain between his eyebrows. Some strange force extended from 0-01, seeming to want to assimilate him, turning him into its own flame. Albus suddenly turned around, opened his eyes, and looked towards the wasteland. He wanted to kill Lumion before being absorbed by 0-01, eliminating the last competitor. That trash can actually manage to stay calm and didn't come to stop me from smearing blood on 0-01's surface. Amidst Albus's regret, Lumion's figure was reflected in his flaming eyes. Lumion smiled at him, activated the black mark on his right shoulder, and disappeared from his spot. Albus didn't hide his disappointment and regret, reverting to his human form. His neck was already torn open, revealing white bones and blackened blood vessels. He then activated the crystal necklace wrapped around his wrist, causing it to explode directly. Bang bang bang, the consecutively exploding crystals formed a deep vortex in front of Albus, with a deep, dark world covered by a glass-like barrier at the bottom of the vortex, that special mirror world. Under extremely urgent circumstances and unable to directly leave Morora, Albus Medici chose to jump into the dark vortex in front of him, falling towards that special mirror world. At this moment, his neck was about to break, with his cervical vertebrae exposed. He fell into that special mirror world, disappearing into the deep darkness. The dark vortex next to 0-01 was immediately ignited by invisible, colorless flames and dissipated completely. In midair, the blue flame that had lost Albus's maintenance quickly extinguished, with the remaining tiny bit of Julie's filthy blood continuing to fall, touching the charred flag. All over Morora. Nearly 10,000 heads dragging white, blood-stained spines flew in the sky, while their headless bodies ran wildly through the streets. In the graveyard, countless skeletons crawled out from underground, with dark red or pale flames burning in their eye sockets. Red rainwater that could ignite buildings and humans began to fall from the sky. Inside the Knowledge Cathedral, Archbishop Heriberg of Morora, wearing a plain white robe trimmed with brass wire, stood in front of the open stained glass window, feeling the walls faintly showing signs of melting. He sighed lightly and raised his palm. In the underground mausoleum, on that anomalous wasteland, Lumion teleported to the side of the corpse mountain. Just as he was about to sit down against the corpses and skeletons, his legs already unable to support his body weight, he was suddenly pulled by an invisible force, slowly standing up again and walking towards the group of undead soldiers. This required no effort from him, he had no strength to use anyway. Lumion didn't resist or struggle, as if only his self-consciousness still belonged to him. The burning pain and icy rotting sensation in his right palm kept him basically alert. As long as my head isn't torn off my neck, everything else is fine. Lumion muttered to himself while listening to the knowledge narrated by the brass talisman, continuing to walk towards the gathering troops in the wasteland as 0-01's puppet with the help of the external force. The current situation was basically consistent with his expectations. If he had read even a little less earlier, his head and body would have already gone separate ways by now. Knowledge is power, knowledge is wealth. After about 10 seconds, the sky suddenly dimmed, and darkness surged back into this area. 0-01 seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, with its trembling and shaking starting to calm down. The flames in this area extinguished one after another, and the deathly silent, cold darkness once again ruled this place. The Church of Knowledge has finally suppressed 0-01's disturbance. If it kept up a while longer, I'd really have become a puppet. Lumion secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the darkness invade his body like an invisible, eerie, cold flow of water. The underworld Taoist mark on his right palm emitted an even stronger sense of decay than before, helping him resist this invasion. Lumion teleported back to the position he had chosen earlier, weakly sitting down against the corpses and skeletons that made up the mountain. He closed his eyes, focusing on listening to the knowledge transmitted from his earplugs in this lightless, pure darkness. In Trier, on the sacrificial square at the entrance of the third level of the underground catacombs. After answering Jenna's question, that blurry and holy female figure disappeared from Jenna's sight, as if it was just part of an illusion. Jenna shook her head, her gaze returning to reality, seeing Franca's concerned face. During my advancement, I seemed to sense Lady Crismona again, and even had a few words of dialogue with her. Jenna carefully told her companion about her recent experience. Hiss, do angel-level high-rank beings truly not die? Franca asked curiously, what did she say? Jenna suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. She said to reconcile with my mirror self, because we are originally one. She said her father was. Was that Blood Emperor. Huh? Franca was both shocked and confused. Why did she tell you this? Jenna felt even more embarrassed. I asked without thinking. Is it really the Blood Emperor? Then it shouldn't be your hallucination. You couldn't have come up with such an answer even in a hallucination. Franca whispered, gradually getting excited. Damn it, what do you mean I couldn't have come up with it even in a hallucination? Well, indeed, who could have thought of that? Jenna reflexively retorted. Franca then clapped her hands together. That was a good question indeed. This information is extremely, extremely important. Her eyes sparkling, she said, Lumion previously suspected that the special mirror world was created by the Blood Emperor Lista Tudor to deal with the primordial demoness, and the Tamara family might have played a very important role in this matter. Now it seems this guess needs to be abandoned. Perhaps that special mirror world was jointly created by the Blood Emperor Lista Tudor and the primordial demoness. Otherwise, how could a true god of the Hunter pathway without mirror magic create such a special mirror world? Chapter 841, The Brand. Jenna paused before responding, true. Initially, they believed the special mirror world was a result of the War of the Four Emperors, created in the aftermath of fierce battles among beings like the primordial demoness and the Blood Emperor. However, after Lumion explored the treasury of the Blue Avenger, he uncovered new information suggesting the special mirror world existed before the War of the Four Emperors. He speculated it was a tool crafted by Blood Emperor Lista Tudor to counter the primordial demoness and a means for resurrection. Their greatest confusion at the time was why Lista Tudor, a true god of the Hunter pathway, could create such a uniquely bizarre mirror world. Did high-rank beings of the apprentice pathway under him participate? Franca then remarked wistfully, according to Lumion's theory and our experience, both hunters and demonesses bring calamity. Wouldn't a true god of the Hunter pathway combined with one from the demoness pathway essentially epitomize the concept of disaster? No wonder 4th Epoch Trier ended up the way it did. However, is it possible for true deities from neighboring pathways to cooperate amicably, instead of immediately succumbing to the urge to converge and battle for dominance? Jenna, puzzled by this question, pursed her lips in thought before asking, is there a way to control that urge to converge? That's beyond my knowledge for now, at least until I come into contact with the corresponding mystical knowledge after becoming an angel, Franca self-deprecatingly said, her thoughts wandering. Perhaps the primordial demoness could, but definitely not the Blood Emperor. Given our understanding of the history of the 4th Epoch, he was a violent, bloodthirsty madman. How could he control himself unless someone helped him? Who could that be? Jenna paused thoughtfully and then said, the Tamara family. Franca's eyes lit up. Right, the Tamara family at that time was primarily known for the apprentice pathway. High-rank beings of the apprentice pathway excel at sealing and controlling space, and could utilize the mirror world to a certain extent. Yes, this explains why the Tamara family was involved in the creation of the special mirror world. One of the 2 special mirror world fragments they held came from a tomb of the Tamara family. Growing more excited, Franca said, the Tamara family must have been the bridge between the Blood Emperor and the primordial Demoness, carrying out a secret mission. And since they had long been exposed to the Demoness sect, it makes sense that some of their members sided with them after the split. And, moreover, since Lady Crismona is a descendant of the Blood Emperor, then her twin brother, the current Demoness of Grey, probably is too. The apprentice lineage of the Tamara family has borne many humiliations over the past 1,000 years, willingly becoming women to continue serving the direct descendants of the Blood Emperor. Such loyalty, such loyalty. As she spoke, Franca mockingly wiped away a tear, moved by her own words. Jenna, long accustomed to her companion's boundless digressions and jokes, raised her own question: could a sequenced 2 apprentice pathway angel from the Tamara family really seal the Blood Emperor's urge to converge? If the Tamara family can't, what about Mr. Dorr? Franca turned serious, pondering. Lumion said he is the foremost noble of the Tudor Empire, and ranked behind him, Amon, is a confirmed king of angels. Then it's likely he is one too. A king of angels of the apprentice pathway might be able to temporarily seal the Blood Emperor's urge to converge, right? Was Mr. Dorr also involved in the matter of the special mirror world? Possibly, Jenna agreed. The normal mirror world was essentially an embodiment of the concept of doors. Franca's thoughts suddenly took a playful turn, chuckling softly. There's also a possibility that the convergence behavior of the true deities of the Hunter and Demoness pathways differs from other pathways. First, they attract each other, dancing around each other, and only after reaching a certain climax do they start to devour each other, deciding the ultimate victor. Jenna couldn't help but roll her eyes. Franca was at it with her crude jokes again. Of course, for Jenna, who had once frequented bars and dance halls in the market district, living as a showy diva for a long period, such coarse humor was hardly adult-only material. Franca then composed herself. I can now truly understand what the Demoness of Black meant. No wonder she asked me why I thought the Demoness sect didn't control the special mirror world. She said it had been under the Primordial One's control until the end of the War of the 4 Emperors. But she also believed that the special mirror world was initially created to combat the Primordial One, only later controlled by her. Is she unaware of the secrets of those times and the Demoness of Grey's lineage, or is she just deceiving me, trying to mislead me? Or, did the Blood Emperor indeed initially want to combat the Primordial One, but she then took control of the nascent special mirror world, leading to their cooperation? Or, was their cooperation aimed at combating something else? What was their purpose in creating such a special mirror world? Jenna shook her head honestly. I don't know. Franca thoughtfully stroked her ponytail. The Demoness of Black is both a descendant of the Primordial One and has the Tamara family's bloodline. She probably knows more about the special mirror world than I imagined. Jenna hummed in response, rubbing her temples. Either way, we need to report this information quickly. Franca glanced at Jenna and cleared her throat. You also need to go back and rest, adapting to the changes the potion has made to your body. At the foot of the corpse mountain, Lumion sat with his eyes closed, his back against the piles of bodies and skeletons, intently listening to the monotonous voice emanating from the brass earplugs. He was completing his studies. He no longer needed to listen to all the remaining books, mastering this one would likely suffice. Yet, even so, it would still take over 10 hours. As time ticked away, Lumion's body grew weaker. Even with the support of the corpses and skeletons, he could no longer sit upright, relying solely on external forces to keep from collapsing. His spirituality was evaporating faster, rendering him unable to use his teleportation ability anymore. Fortunately, he had stowed away the artifact left by Celeste, and the mystic pathogens had been dissipated completely by 0-01's activation, his condition hadn't worsened to the point where his heart was too weak to beat or his spirit body began to disintegrate, allowing him to barely keep at it. After an indeterminate period, Lumion suddenly felt invigorated, his body regained strength, and his spirituality was replenished. It was 6 in the morning based on Corda time. His body refreshed and free from illness, Lumion sat up straight and resumed the final part of his study. Nearly 45 minutes later, he uttered an ancient Hermes word in a deep voice: "Stop." He felt he was on the brink of corruption and could not accumulate any more. Just as the brass talisman finished transmitting the knowledge, Lumion's mind became hazy. Vaguely, he saw the charred flag dotted with dangerous blood spots, surrounded by dense darkness, gently swaying. Lumion also saw the ground covered in corpses, a vast army marching, the earth soaked in blood, countless severed arms and limbs. A strong smell of blood and rust pierced his nose, as if coming from himself. Lumion felt a certain call, not just from the charred flag but also from the dense darkness enveloping it. The burning heat and icy cold in the palm of his right hand became more distinct. They originated from the residual aura of the Blood Emperor and the seal left by the underworld Taoist. At that moment, Lumion suddenly realized another, deeper purpose of the Aurora Order's arrangement of the Dream Festival. With the underworld Taoist seal, I truly share a mystical similarity with 0-01. 0-01 once belonged to Blood Emperor Alista Tudor, then fell under the control of death and suffered the corruption of the Death Pathway's powers, which were also utilized by the Church of Knowledge to seal 0-01 itself. And now, I carry the residual aura of the Blood Emperor and the seal left by the underworld Taoist, bearing powers of the Death, Evernight, and Warrior pathways. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Lumion combined the knowledge he had learned with the behavior of Albus and Julie, and amidst the strange and dangerous summons, he stood up and teleported to the top of the Corpse Mountain. He didn't open his eyes. In the deathly silent, icy darkness, he couldn't see anything even if he did. But as he drew closer, a sharp pain developed between Lumion's eyebrows, and his blood or something else seemed to want to burst through his pores and flesh. Lumion didn't resist, enduring the pain. Finally, a droplet, resembling blood, tore through his forehead and flew towards where 0-01 was located. With a plop, the residual aura of the Blood Emperor inside Lumion suddenly boiled over, turning into a raging river of flames that ravaged between his spirit body, organs, and flesh. The icy, rotting sensation in his palm intensified, preventing this river of flame from carrying away all his flesh and breaking the seal. Lumion soon suffered so intensely he nearly lost consciousness. Only when the residual aura of the Blood Emperor gradually subsided did he slowly regain his thoughts. He let out a long breath and whispered to himself, "I should be the proxy for 0-01 now. If it weren't for the underworld Taoist seal, I would definitely have become another Wannik. No, not another Wannik, but Blood Emperor Alista Tudor, who would have used my body to return." Lumion didn't dare to linger near 0-01, afraid that the sealed artifact might detect a flaw in its new proxy, a defect with a will of his own that still persisted. And Lumion knew that with his current status and power, it was impossible to take 0-01 out of Morora. Even if the Church of Knowledge agreed to let him do so, it would only lead to his own destruction. Leaving a mark and becoming a proxy is enough to complete this task. Unfortunately, 0-01 is tightly sealed, and a proxy's special abilities can only be fully manifested in Morora. Lumion muttered a few words and teleported back to the wasteland. He immediately sensed a team of undead soldiers and iron puppets patrolling silently in the darkness, seemingly eternal in their movements. Suddenly, Lumion felt a stir in his heart. The connection between contractors told him that the leader was the abscessed hand. This mysterious being had regrown bones and flesh after being subjected to the bombardment of divine descent, but it seemed to have been conquered by 0-01, becoming its guard. Is Hand Bro's unique trait being indestructible? Lumion turned his body, letting the abscessed hand and its puppets pass by. Unexpectedly, the abscessed hand stopped in front of Lumion and uttered in a low voice, "Omabella." Chapter 842, Departure. Omabella. Hearing the voice of the abscessed hand and the name it shouted, a chill ran up Lumian's spine, making his hair stand on end and cold sweat break out. He didn't know when the abscessed hand had regrown bones and flesh from the ashes, returning to its original form, but he was prepared for any abnormalities when it passed by him, given the contract stemming from the Inevitability pathway's powers between them. Lumian wasn't overly worried, they were colleagues now, and the situation shouldn't turn dangerous. What he didn't expect was that the abscessed hand would call out Omabella. It was like a horror story. For a moment, Lumian couldn't help but wonder if he had already been subtly eroded by the Great Mother's child of God, Omabella, to the extent that he was gradually being replaced. Standing in the pure darkness, the unseen abscessed hand paused for a few seconds, then continued moving forward with the group of iron puppets and undead soldiers, marching mechanically. Only then did Lumian snap back to reality, pondering the reason for what had just happened. According to Ludwig, some beings created directly by the Great Mother or granted her boon, lacking necessary intelligence, can sense the trace of Omabella's bloodline in me and regard me as the Great Mother's child of God. Hand Bro was first revived and interrupted by divine descent, then controlled by 0-01, becoming its puppet. The feminine transformation trend seemed to have stopped, meaning it hasn't fully revived and lost its self-awareness, truly lacking necessary intelligence. Was it directly created by the Great Mother, or did it receive her boon? The corruption turning it into a woman and pushing it to the limit of beauty likely originated from the Great Mother. That does seem plausible. Even a single drop of blood can regrow a complete body, evoking a sense of rebirth. But something's off. By this logic, the abscessed hand should call me an honorable child of God and show some subservience. Heh, to directly call the child of God's name is blasphemy. Lumian grumbled to himself, growing more puzzled. Also, if Omabella itself is a title, the abscessed hand should only know I'm a child of God, not a specific name. The Great Mother likely has multiple children OT God, perhaps continuously created. How could the unwise Hand Bro distinguish who is who and what their name is? Unless, Omabella is the most special child of God, or Hand Bro knew Omabella the giant queen in its previous life. Lumian raised his right hand, rubbing his chin, thinking he should quickly report this to Madame Magician after leaving and see if they could uncover the abscessed hand's original identity. Perhaps the ancient records in the new City of Silver contain some clues. After a few seconds, Lumian vanished from the spot, teleporting back near the top of the corpse mountain. Distracted by the abscessed hand incident, he remembered he still had spoils to collect. That was the beyonder characteristic of the Demoness of Affliction from Celeste, which could later be used by Jenna. As for Julie's characteristic, after the divine descent and filthy blood incident, Lumian had no idea where it was. In the deathly silent darkness, Lumian stored the shapeless Demoness of Affliction beyonder characteristic in his traveler's bag. He even placed 2 chunks of Celeste's corpse inside. Maybe they can be used as supplementary ingredients. If not, I can give them to Ludwig. With me as godfather away for so long, I should bring him a gift. But will he consider this dirty? Lumian mumbled and teleported to the edge of the wasteland, leaving the area steeped in deathly darkness. As 0-01's proxy, he quickly and smoothly exited the underground mausoleum, returning to the entrance area. Lumian then opened his eyes, seeing the blue sky. At that moment, the morning sun was bright but not harsh, the air fresh and carrying a slight burnt scent after the rain. Having spent over 10 hours in the eternal darkness of the underground tomb, Lumian felt as if a lifetime had passed. Then, he saw numerous heads, each trailing a blood-stained, pale spine, hovering in the air. They were countless, thousands, all staring at the entrance of the tomb, at Lumian. Among them were faces Lumian recognized, regulars at the carnivore bar. The aftermath of 0-01's activation? There must be thousands, if not tens of thousands. Is this a form of sacrifice? Red Priest. Thoughts flashing through his mind, Lumian raised his hands. His forehead became hot, with a slight prickling pain. Oh! A violent gale suddenly blew, scattering the thousands of heads with trailing spines back into the city. The flying heads seemed to sense Lumien's will, drifting with the wind, and landed back on their headless bodies. So this is the special power of a proxy? Unfortunately, it can only be used in Morora. Lumien lowered his hands, feeling regretful, and walked out of the cemetery. At the cemetery gate, an exile was twisting his own returned head back in place. Crack! His head turned from facing his spine back to the front. Seeing Lumien watching him, he smiled and spoke normally. Today's weather is really nice. Yeah, Lumien responded with a relaxed smile. He teleported directly to the carnivore bar, appearing at the door of Julie's room. The corpse of Les was gone from the bed, along with Julie's collections. The enforcers have been here. Did they bury Les' body in the cemetery? Lumien mused and vanished from the spot. This time, he appeared at the door of the Knowledge Cathedral. He walked inside, up to Heriberg in his plain white robe with brass threads, and smiling, took out the books he had borrowed from the traveler's bag. Archbishop, I've finished them all. As he spoke, Lumien felt Heriberg looked slightly older. Finished them all, really? Heriberg asked with a smile. Lumien made a sound and honestly replied, there are 2 books I didn't listen to, but I can't continue anymore. Heriberg nodded approvingly. If you know, you know. If you don't know, you don't know, there's no need to pretend. As he took the books, he said, there's indeed no need to read these anymore. I must remind you, these books are infected with a plague, as are the other items in your bag. You need to handle them properly, burn or purify them to prevent the plague from spreading. Celeste's Grade 1 sealed artifact is so potent. It continues to produce a plague even inside the traveler's bag. Lumien said sincerely, I'll be careful. Thank you, Archbishop. Archbishop, how do I seal an object that spreads a deadly plague? Heriberg looked at Lumien for a few seconds, then laughed. He pointed to another brass bookshelf. That one, and that one, take a look and learn. Indeed, teachers never give direct answers. Lumien didn't resist continuing his studies. He pulled out the books and placed them in his traveler's bag. Then he smiled and asked, Your Grace, what should I do to leave Morora? The white-haired Heriberg said meaningfully, no one has ever forbidden the residents here from leaving Morora, they simply don't want to leave. Lumien was momentarily stunned, then asked with sudden realization, leave the way you came? Heriberg showed a look of approval, then pointed to Lumien's clothes. Do you want a change of clothes? Lumien looked down and saw his clothes, pants, and shoes had become tattered from the previous intense battle. He was about to take out spare clothes from the traveler's bag but remembered they were also infected with the mystical plague. Heriberg pointed to a room near the stairs. There are clothes you can change into. Thank you, Your Grace. Lumien sighed in relief and quickly entered the room, finding several plain white robes with brass threads hanging inside. These were the vestments of the Church of Knowledge clergy. Lumien glanced back thoughtfully at Heriberg, who had resumed reading, and swiftly changed into a robe that fit his size. He then opened the cathedral's heavy, ajar wooden door and descended the stone steps layer by layer, deep into the underground. The passageway hadn't changed since he came, the glowing gems embedded in the walls still provided some illumination. That indescribable terrifying sound echoed in Lumien's ears again. Lumien walked at a steady pace towards the exit. As 0-01's proxy, the more he walked, the more he felt this might indeed be a long esophagus. What kind of creature would have such an esophagus? Lumien pondered but couldn't find an answer. Alert to this possibility, he neither transformed into a flaming spear nor teleported, instead walking obediently for several hours until he reached the double bronze doors. He extended his hands and pulled, making the door emit a heavy sound as it slowly opened. Outside, no one was guarding it. Lumien sneered silently and stepped out. He didn't forget to close the door behind him. Wearing the plain white robe with brass threads, he walked back, feeling unseen, unknown gazes upon him. Reaching the prison where he had been held, Lumion activated the black mark on his right shoulder. He chose to teleport back to Trier, to the apartment he rented. His body and spirit were in decent shape, but he felt a strong sense of fatigue, wanting to rest. Just as his figure materialized, he saw Ludwig enjoying afternoon tea. Ludwig looked up and froze. Clang! The silver fork in the boy's hand fell onto the dessert plate. Chapter 843, Black Tear. Seeing the genuine fear in Ludwig's eyes, Lumion looked down at himself and noticed the plain white robe with brass threads he was wearing. He laughed and reassured his godson, "Don't be afraid. There's no exam and no study." Ludwig's eyes lit up, and his expression gradually relaxed. For a moment, he had feared that his godfather had joined the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, thinking the sky was falling. Lumion glanced at Lugano, who had hurriedly stood up. He took the former carnivore bar owner's stomach from the traveler's bag and tossed it to Ludwig. "This is a gift for you." Having completed his journey to Morora, Lumion was no longer bound by his promises and could now obtain godhood. He decided to accelerate the formation of his hunter team, with Ludwig being the most important member. Taming this sealed angel involved granting favors. Ludwig's expression turned ecstatic, as if he had just ascended from the abyss to heaven. He eagerly prepared to devour the stomach of the depriver on the spot. Lumion rubbed his temples and cautioned, "That's infected with a mystical pathogen. You'd better handle it properly to prevent the disease from spreading." "A mystical pathogen?" Lugano exclaimed, instinctively distancing himself from Ludwig. As a professional doctor, Lugano activated his spirit vision, focusing on the stomach for 2 seconds before confirming the presence of the disease. Ludwig took a bite at the stomach's pylorus and mumbled, "Once it's in my stomach, the plague won't spread." "And what about you?" Lumion asked, amused. "At most, I'll have an upset stomach for a while," Ludwig answered nonchalantly. "Should I skip purifying the food in my traveler's bag?" "Since it wouldn't hurt you." Lumion mumbled and turned toward his bedroom. After taking a few more bites, Ludwig lifted his head and hesitantly said, "Thank you." "Thank you, Godfather." Lumion smiled, nodding in satisfaction. "Not bad. Your manners have improved a lot." Ludwig shivered suddenly. His godfather's tone and expression now resembled those of his most feared people, his teachers. Lumion said nothing more, heading to his bedroom. He spread out a letter paper and wrote down the key points of his journey to Morora, detailing the problems he had encountered. Then he summoned the doll messenger, handing over the letter along with the traveler's bag. The doll messenger disdainfully picked up the traveler's bag with 2 fingers, complaining, "Don't put everything in here. It's too dirty. It's too dirty. It's a trash can now." Lumion smiled sheepishly. "I had no other choice. I can't carry those sealed artifacts directly, right? Their negative effects combined could kill me instantly." After sending off the doll messenger, Lumion collapsed onto his bed without cleaning up the makeshift altar on his desk. He closed his eyes, letting his body relax. In Morora, he had stayed up late reading and couldn't sleep soundly with a mad demoness living next door and other enemies possibly ambushing him at any moment, keeping his mind on high alert. Now, he finally felt a long-lost sense of safety. Lumion quickly fell into a deep sleep. When he woke, it was already 6 in the morning of a new day. Ah, refreshing and comfortable. Lumion sat up, stretched, and saw his traveler's bag and a letter on his desk. The messenger came without me awakening. This means I trust her quite a bit. Lumion muttered as he walked to his desk and drew the curtains. In the morning light, he sat down and read Madam Magician's reply. For now, leaving a mark to become a proxy is enough. Other matters can be dealt with later. In short, regarding 0-01, you've at least gotten ahead of the Demonist sect and the Red Angel. However, no matter how beneficial something seems, it always has its drawbacks. This means you've officially stepped onto the stage vying for the Red Priest position. You will face more attention and danger. Previously, the Demonist sect might have seen you as a potential ally, and the Red Angel might have considered using you. Now, eliminating you to vacate the proxy position will be a practical option for them. You should also remind Two of Cups to be cautious to avoid being exploited by the Demonist sect. Of course, since both the Demonist sect and the Red Angel have gained something from this, each leaving a bit of blood on 0-01, their immediate urgency to target you is not very high. Regarding the Abscessed Hand, due to significant catastrophes in the 4th, 3rd, and 2nd epochs, many folklore and legends have not survived. The high-level corruption from the Great Mother on the Abscessed Hand prevents us from direct divination, requiring indirect methods, making it hard to obtain the most effective information. We haven't determined when the related legends first appeared but can confirm their existence at the beginning of the 5th epoch. From your description of its appearance and state, we reasonably suspect that the Abscessed Hand was a vampire of angel rank before its death. According to information from the Sanguine, one of the 3 dukes, an ancient being born in the 2nd epoch, Round Moon Duke Olmer, has no memory of such a kin. Note that a sequence 2 angel is equivalent to a duke among the Sanguine. Even in the long history of the Sanguine, the number of dukes is very limited, and it's impossible for them not to recognize or remember each other. The New City of Silver is currently searching through historical texts related to Olmabella for possible clues. I will inform you if they find anything. Handbro isn't a Sanguine. No wonder Madam Magician calls him a vampire. High-level beings of the Moon Pathway are not equivalent to the Sanguine, just like the followers of the Primordial Moon in the Rose School of Thought are not considered Sanguine but are referred to as artificial vampires or something. Lumion leaned back in his chair and continued reading. You can also try to get information from the Aurora Order. The secrets the one they believe in holds are among the top even among true gods. According to my divination, Albus Medici is still alive. His ancestor, the Red Angel, reached some sort of tacit agreement with someone or something in the special mirror world after entering 4th epoch Trier through the hostile plan. This had significantly reduced the danger for Albus to escape from Aurora through the special mirror world. No need for regrets. This is good news. At least we know the Red Angel might be cooperating with powerful beings in the special mirror world. The Grade 1 sealed artifact is called Black Tear, created from the tear of a Demoness of Despair after her death, fusing with her beyond her characteristics. Black Tear continuously produces the mystical pathogen that infected you, spreading it around without stopping. Wearing Black Tear significantly enhances your charm, with a slight feminine touch, but it won't change your gender. Black Tear can help you master some mirror magic, including passing messages through the mirror world, mirror traversal, and mirror illusions. It also makes your coal more lethal, allowing you to infuse all your power into a single coal. In places with a special mirror world, Black Tear can help you utilize its special characteristics and power. Those were the effects. The negative effects are, the wearer also gets infected with the mystical pathogen, with demonesses of affliction being less affected and more resistant. The wearer experiences intermittent pleasure every 45 to 90 seconds, even just carrying it makes you more emotional, more easily moved, and persuaded. Having Black Tear also increases the likelihood of unwanted romantic encounters, based on the curse from the Demoness of Despair before her death. Reading this, Lumion couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This sealed artifact seems more suitable for a forbidden book like Monks Chasing Dogs. Pleasure every 45 to 90 seconds is a major problem in battle. Franca can't use it either, unless it's a quick fight. The mystical plague takes time. For now, I can only treat it as an unlimited mirror cufflink, using it briefly and then sealing it. Lumion pondered and continued reading Madam Magician's sealing methods. The most versatile solution is to find a sealed artifact of the Sun Pathway that continuously purifies the surrounding area, placing it with Black Tear. How to mitigate the Sun Pathway sealed artifact's negative effects is another matter. The simplest but most demanding solution is to place Black Tear in a mirror, confining the pathogen to the area behind the mirror. Don't worry, the plague can't travel through the mirror. The issue is that without other items to interact with the mirror world, you can't retrieve Black Tear. If the mirror sealing it breaks, Black Tear will be lost in the mirror world, wandering who knows where. The custom solution is that I've isolated a separate space in your traveler's bag. Regularly throw in a flame that can burn for over half an hour to incinerate the mystical pathogen. I've also purified the other items in your traveler's bag. No need to worry about infection. Lumion finished reading the letter and exhaled deeply. This is the benefit of the Tarot Club. After burning the letter, he checked the traveler's bag, confirming that Celeste's demoness of affliction beyond her characteristic was a beautiful eye, stored with the corpse chunks in the isolated space with black tear. To use it later, he would need to purify or disinfect it first. Hanging the traveler's bag, Lumion walked to the full-length mirror in the room. Chapter 844, Changes in the Body. Lumion placed his hand on the mirror's surface, activating the contractibility that represented the mirror mark. Immediately, he sensed multiple marks he had left behind. Some were clear, others blurred, and some were like distant glimmers on the horizon. The clear ones came from Morana Vigny's study and Franca's rented apartment. The blurry ones, which often changed locations, originated from the treasury of the Blue Avenger. The distant glimmers gave Lumion a feeling of being separated by a vast night. Unreachable they were the marks he had left on various mirrors in Morora. At the same time, Lumion felt a strong calling. He sensed a unique, solid, and tight connection between himself and the City of Exiles. In his mind's eye, a dark, illusory world and the mountain of corpses appeared. The scent of rust and blood filled his nostrils, and his forehead tingled slightly. If I want, I can use black tear now, enter the mirror, and teleport back to Morora. Lumion suddenly realized. Of course, such a teleportation had to pass through the special mirror world, which was extremely dangerous for Lumion. He refocused, examining the changes in his body after becoming a proxy for 0-01. It didn't take long for him to reach a conclusion. In Morora, 0-01 will help me absorb some of the damage. I can influence the weather, either making it similar or turning it into a disaster. I can create a small area of fog of war, use abilities like War Cry and War Song to enhance myself and my team, and weaken enemies. Additionally, I can temporarily become equivalent to a Sequence 4 Iron-Blooded Knight, lacking only godhood and an incomplete mythical form. Otherwise, I possess all the qualities, albeit slightly weaker than a true Iron-Blooded Knight. It's like receiving a Sequence 4 boon, although high-level boons also come with godhood. If I abandon my sense of self, I can momentarily approach Sequence 3. However, all this can only be realized in Morora. With 0-01 sealed, it cannot exert influence outside Morora. But the changes to my body as a proxy, or rather the corruption, are real and irreversible. My physical resistance to damage has significantly improved. Although it's not as good as a Dawn Paladin in full armor, I'm no longer at risk of instant death from a headshot. Without targeting weaknesses or using coal, it takes 2 to 3 shots to crack my skull. My strength, speed, reflexes, constitution, and agility have also improved. My body is becoming more robust and masculine. Luckily, I can use flame shaving. Otherwise, half a day would leave me scruffy. My spirituality has increased by about 40 to 50%. Now, with regular accumulation and storage, I no longer suffer from anxiety due to a lack of spirituality. According to Grande Sir's and Franca's terminology, my resistance to flames has also increased significantly. Flames not hot enough won't hurt me. At least Sequence 5 blazing white flames are needed for any effect. When using Devil's Whispers in the future, the damage and pain from the sulfurous flames will be much lower. I've also grown 3 to 4 centimeters taller. Lumion felt like an oversized, reinforced reaper. My long studies weren't in vain. He sighed, opening his bedroom door and stepping out. Ludwig had just woken up, wearing a blue hat with yellow stars and energetically drinking milk. Lumion glanced at Lugano busy in the kitchen and asked his godson with a smile, "What did you make with the depriver's stomach yesterday, and how much is left?" Ludwig was stunned for a second. "I ate it all." Lumion raised an eyebrow. "I thought you'd save some to make a special dish and share it with us." Ludwig was silent for a few seconds, then honestly replied, I couldn't resist its allure. Lumion stared at the boy until he looked down guiltily. I'll let it go this time. I understand your desire, but know your mistake and correct it, understood? Lumion's expression softened. He wasn't angry about Ludwig eating the entire depriver's stomach, missing out on his share. To him, it was no big deal. His sternness was part of the education. As a godfather and the team leader, he was responsible for this. Only by doing so could he quickly complete the ritual and advance to an iron-blooded knight. Yes, Godfather, Ludwig whispered. Lumion sat down, waiting for his breakfast, and asked Ludwig, have you advanced to depriver yet? Almost, but I can use some depriver abilities, Ludwig said, gulping down more milk. Lumion nodded lightly, not asking further questions. Trier, Quartier de la Cathedral Commemorative, 9 Rue Orosai, apartment 702. After breakfast, Lumion went to see Franca and Jenna. He politely rang the doorbell, mindful that at this hour, the two demonesses might be scantily clad. With winter over, the demonesses could wear only light clothes indoors thanks to their resistance to the cold. Ding dong, ding dong. Wearing a woman's shirt, fitted trousers, and fluffy slippers, Franca opened the door. She looked at Lumion in surprise. You're back from the City of Exiles? That's too fast. Last time they contacted, he was still studying. Lumion walked past Franca, saying with a smile, I used up your mirror cufflink. That's fine. With her new ice amulet, Franca generously waved it off. Lumion was about to speak when he saw Jenna at the dining table. Her facial skin looked deeply cleansed, smooth and delicate. Her crystalline eyes were like autumn streams, hiding 1,000 emotions and words, inviting immersion. The simple, light-colored dress outlined a perfect but not exaggerated figure. Her exposed skin radiated indescribable charm. Lumion's throat tightened, and he felt an uncontrollable heat. After a few seconds, he averted his gaze and asked Jenna thoughtfully, Did you advance to pleasure? Yes, Jenna replied with a mischievous smile. Looks like that potion wasn't fake. Lumion let out a derisive snort. Were you showcasing your charm just now? No, Jenna laughed softly. Maybe the potion's power is still leaking after my recent advancement. But, your self-control isn't as strong as I thought. Lumion thought his reaction was uncharacteristic of an ascetic. He suspected residual malice from using devil's whispers, needing time to dissipate. And the traveler's bag now held black tear. Though isolated, the bag couldn't fully block the Grade 1 sealed artifact's influence. Some negative effects would always seep out. That's why he needed to burn the mystical pathogen in the isolated space regularly. Finding an excuse, Lumion scoffed. That's because I'm still weak, with noticeable emotional and desire fluctuations. Watching their interaction, Franca felt a pang of jealousy for some reason. She quickly changed the subject, excitedly sharing, when Jenna advanced, we got some crucial, unexpected intel. Guess what it is? Lumion pulled up a chair and sat down, thinking. Related to Chris Mona? Franca sat nearby and clicked her tongue. Sharp. Guess who Chris Mona's father is? Lumion wanted to observe Franca and Jenna's expressions, but their combined beauty made him instinctively look away. After some consideration, he guessed, with your tone and attitude. I'll go with the least likely option, Blood Emperor Alista Tudor. Franca and Jenna's expressions froze. Lumion asked in slight disbelief, I got it right? Yes, congratulations. Franca nodded solemnly. This isn't mystical. Lumion echoed their earlier doubts. The two demonesses then recounted their discussion. As Lumion listened, he frowned slightly. What's wrong? Jenna asked perceptively. Lumion stroked his chin. I remembered something from my time in Morora. What? Franca had been curious about Lumion's experiences in Morora. Considering the corruption from knowledge related to 0-01, Lumion focused on his conflicts with Albus, Julie, and Wannik, emphasizing the importance of books and knowledge. In short, I'm now the proxy for 0-01, but this power only works in Morora. Lumion pondered. What puzzles me is why I escaped after being petrified by Julie's divine descent and didn't die. Franca clicked her tongue. You hunters, always fighting with schemes and layers of plans, not straightforward at all. She then laughed. I think the primordial one threw you out to save the Blood Emperor's last hope of resurrection during the divine descent. What's this? True love. Lumion didn't immediately refute her near-joking statement. After a few seconds, he thoughtfully said, maybe it's not true love, but a practical need. Maybe the purpose of the primordial Demoness and Blood Emperor creating the special mirror world can only proceed after the Blood Emperor's resurrection. Chapter 845, Busy Franca. Jenna agreed with Lumion. Whether it's true love or not, there must be a specific purpose behind creating that special mirror world, and it seems that purpose hasn't been achieved yet. What could that purpose be? Franca pondered. Lumion thought for a few seconds, then pulled out the corpse wax candle he had obtained from the Blue Avenger from his traveler's bag, and mused aloud. That special mirror world might have been jointly created by a true god of the Hunter pathway and a true god of the Demoness pathway. This corpse wax candle was crafted from the corpse wax of demigods from both pathways, mixed with other substances. According to the law of similarity in mysticism, there might be a connection between the two. When I become a demigod, I'll visit Bansi, find the specific location mentioned by Madam Magician, light the corpse wax candle, and complete a secret deed ritual to see what I can discover. This might help us uncover the secrets of the special mirror world. As for fourth epic trier, entering the sealed area after the hostile plan would be a true god-level difficulty. At that time, apply for a major arcana card holder to watch over the matter. Franca had no objections, just reminding Lumion to be cautious. After exchanging experiences over the recent period, Franca relaxed, leaned back in her chair, and said with bright eyes, You went to Morora and didn't gain much on the hunter side, only becoming the proxy for 0-01. But you got a lot from the Demoness pathway, like the Beyonder characteristic of a Demoness of Affliction, a Grade 1 sealed artifact equivalent to that of a Demoness of Despair. What are you implying? Lumion asked with a smile. Franca chuckled. I don't need it. I should be able to get what I need from the Demoness sect. The only concern is how to complete the ritual. I wish I could go to Morora. It's perfect for the Demoness of Despair ritual, no guilt involved. Just hearing your examples, I know that place is full of talent, criminal talent, people exploring the limits of human evil. I mean, Jenna's Beyonder characteristics up to Sequence 4 are in our full possession. You don't plan to sell them, do you? Jenna said instinctively, but I still haven't saved enough money for the Demoness of Affliction Beyonder characteristic. I'm still short by tens of thousands of Vril d'Or. Lumion chuckled. No need to worry. From now on, you two are officially part of my team. As the team leader, I'll reward you based on your contributions. It could be money or items. He made it clear these things were meant for Jenna. It's not like he could consume them himself. But since they were a team, there had to be clear rewards and punishments, not giving away things for free. Even giving Ludwig the Depriver's stomach was under the pretense of a godfather returning from a trip and bringing a gift for his godson. Jenna's expression relaxed, and she teased with a smile in her eyes, Should we call you Captain now? No need. A good team can address each other by names or nicknames. Lumion turned his gaze to Franca, revisiting the old topic. I used up your mirror cufflink. What compensation do you want? No need to be so polite. With her ice amulet, Franca waved it off generously. If I need to use Black Tear or the Sword of Courage in the future, I'll borrow them from you. Don't worry, I'm thick-skinned and won't feel embarrassed. As she spoke, she took out the Lai earring and tossed it back to Lumion. You should keep this. I'm afraid I'll be tempted to permanently alter my face and body, getting addicted to Lai. Lumion knew Franca wasn't pretending to be generous. He caught Lai and reminded her, be extra careful when dealing with the Demoness of Black. She'll soon learn about my involvement in the 0-01 battle in Morora and suspect I was the one who persisted till the end. Understood. Franca nodded solemnly. Jenna's eyes flickered, and she thoughtfully said, "Should I move out for a while?" Seeing Franca's puzzled look and Lumien's approving nod, Jenna explained carefully, "The Demoness of Black might secretly monitor you to gather information about Lumien. If I continue living with you, I'll inevitably attract her attention. Facing prolonged observation from a high-ranking Demoness, I don't think I can keep my secrets. Think about it. I now have the charm of a Demoness of pleasure, different from the beauty of a vampire. A few more glances from the Demoness of Black, and she'll notice something's wrong. If I live elsewhere, I can disguise this charm before visiting you with makeup or using lye. Lye couldn't be worn all the time, and maintaining makeup even while sleeping would also arouse suspicion from the Demoness of Black." "All right." Franca was convinced by Jenna's reasoning. She glanced at Lumien with some resentment, thinking, "You really do bring trouble. With the Demoness of Black watching me, how can I help Jenna digest the pleasure potion?" Franca sighed and asked Lumien, "When will you take Amanina to the Samaritan Women's Spring? You came back too quickly." "I haven't had time to get to know her better yet," Franca complained. Lumien pondered for a few seconds. "When my condition stabilizes." The rest of the time, Jenna packed her personal belongings and went out to find an apartment in the surrounding area that she could move into that day, while Lumien returned to his place to continue taming Ludwig. Franca continued to track the whereabouts of the mirror person, Jasmine, until nightfall. Looking at the empty and cold apartment, she sighed inwardly and threw herself onto the long sofa. After a while, the surface of the full-length mirror in the living room suddenly shimmered with a dark light. The face of the Demoness of Black faintly appeared. Franca stood up abruptly and respectfully bowed. "Good evening, Madame Clarice." At the same time, she mumbled in her heart, "The Demoness of Black really knows where I live." The Demoness of Black, Clarice, looked at Franca outside the mirror, her expression somewhat detached, and asked, "Has your lover, Seal, returned to try her?" "He has." Franca had prepared for this and answered honestly. The Demoness of Black scrutinized Franca for a moment, then chuckled softly. "You've been apart for several weeks. You must be thoroughly enjoying each other's company upon reuniting. Has he become more vigorous?" "You're asking me? Whom should I ask? How would I know? What's the point of this question?" Franca silently grumbled. Such a question was entirely outside her and Lumien's expectations. At that moment, cold sweat appeared on Franca's back as her mind raced, pushing her thinking ability to its limits. Vigorous. The Demoness of Black once said that the taste of a hunter isn't bad either. The higher their sequence, the more vigorous they become. Is the Demoness of Black trying to confirm Lumien's current state from this detail, to see if he has become the proxy for 0-01? If Lumien and I were truly lovers, such a detail would be easily overlooked, and it's normal for demonesses to discuss such things. In that case, I would naturally reveal the answer the Demoness of Black is looking for. Should I hide it for Lumien? No, he's already highly suspicious. Hiding it would mean dragging myself into suspicion. Though I might already be suspected. Lumien said this morning not to lie about it, but not to be too clear. Within 2 or 3 seconds, Franca raised her right hand, covered her mouth, and let out a small yawn. Then, she said with a mix of shyness and pride, "Although he hasn't advanced yet and is quite far from it, he has indeed become much more vigorous. I almost feel conquered." As she spoke, Franca's words carried a bit of longing, as if dreaming of becoming equally vigorous. This was part of her acting training from Jenna and Anthony performance needing layers. The Demoness of Black in the mirror nodded and said with a smile, "Truly enviable." Franca's eyes moved slightly, and she said, reminiscing, "Whether it's due to the long separation or his many hidden secrets, I feel he's become a lot more unfamiliar. Sometimes, when he looks at me, I think, who is he, and feel like I don't recognize him." The Demoness of Black nodded slightly. "He might have undergone some kind of corruption. Keep your current relationship." If he shows any unusual behavior, let me know immediately. I might be able to help. Heh, this might also be one of your opportunities to digest the affliction potion. Yes, Madame Clarice. Franca displayed the sense of security that came from having a powerful backer. The Demoness of Black glanced around the mirror and asked with a smile, "Where's your vampire lover?" Her brother is returning to try her soon, so she's embarrassed to continue living with me. Franca recited her lines. The Demoness of Black asked no more questions, gave some instructions regarding the mirror people, and disappeared into the dark light. Once the full-length mirror returned to normal, Franca quietly breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to date Lumion. She hadn't even had time to open the door when a soft light appeared before her. A transparent, crystalline ice-blue jellyfish with many tentacles quickly materialized. One of the jellyfish's tentacles was wrapped around the letter. Franca recognized the jellyfish as Angla, the messenger of Madame Judgment. Every time she saw Angla, Franca instinctively felt a sense of fear, believing it to be very powerful. However, Angla the jellyfish, unlike the intelligent puppet messenger of Madame Magician, often acted purely on instinct. Receiving the letter, Franca silently grumbled, "I'm feeling swarmed. I was already busy helping Lumion with his affairs, and even now that he's back, I'm still so busy." Thanking Angla the jellyfish, Franca opened the letter. "Mr. Starr has confirmed the first task that requires your help." Chapter 846, Negotiation. Upon reading the first line of the letter, Franca felt a sense that the moment had finally arrived. She had been waiting for Mr. Starr to make a request, so she could exchange it for mid to low sequence potions from the Evernight pathway for Amanina. Franca read the rest with a mix of anticipation and nervousness. He hopes you can help him decipher the text in the attached materials. They are somewhat similar to those in Emperor Roselle's diary. He hasn't set a time limit, so you can take your time. The information you provided about Crismona's father possibly being Blood Emperor Alista Tudor is very useful and important. Now, we suspect that the entity in the deepest part of the special mirror world, the one worshipped by the mirror people, may not be the primordial demoness in the complete sense. Rather, it could be connected to the creation of the special mirror world by the Blood Emperor and the primordial demoness. It seems to have gone out of their control, and this might be why the primordial demoness is in a bad state. Your main tasks with Seven of Cups are to find a mirror person, Jasmine, and probe the Demoness of Black to see if she has a deep understanding of the special mirror world. Of course, your safety must be ensured. If you encounter any anomalies, you can ask me for help. Madame Judgment sure goes straight to the point. Franca turned to the next page of the letter. The rest were the attached materials. Franca's pupils dilated upon seeing them. This wasn't anything like the text from Emperor Roselle's diary. It was either Oracle Bone script or Bronze script, one of the oldest forms of writing from her and Emperor Roselle's country pre-transmigration. Where did this come from? Who the hell knows this stuff? Not sure if it's genuine Oracle Bone script or Bronze script, since I don't understand it either. I'm illiterate in this. Is it a mysticism language unknown to this world, just similar to Oracle Bone script? But it does look like hieroglyphics. Franca began to examine it carefully. Although she hadn't studied Oracle Bone script or Bronze script, as a young person growing up in the internet age, she had seen a few and remembered the meanings of some of the simplest characters, like person. Before long, she found several similar pictographic characters. A bit different from what I remember, but mostly the same. Let's treat it as Oracle Bone script or Bronze script first. Where did Mr. Stark get this from? Did they find Harrison of Resurrection Island? No, if they did, they would have told me. Or, when the major arcana card holder of the Moses Ascetic Order was tracking the missing 10 pillars Camarilla, they encountered something related to the Celestial Master? Very possible. No wonder the preface of this material told me that the order of the text had been disrupted to prevent corruption during interpretation. As expected from the Celestial Master, who oversees the Mystery Prior and Savant pathways. But without context, the difficulty of interpretation is more than doubled. Chin 2. Armored Shadowchan 2 might know, but I can only ask 3 or 4 questions per summoning. Don't know if I can directly ask what the general meaning of this material is. Franca's mind raced, deciding to seek help from the curly-haired baboons research society first. Many members of the society came from the same country as her, and there were quite a few highly educated ones, some of whom might have studied Oracle Bone Script or Bronze Script. Franca didn't need them to be masters in Oracle Bone Script or Bronze Script, just being able to recognize the commonly used characters would be enough. The rest could be guessed by the major arcana card holders based on the original context. With this decision, Franca enthusiastically began writing a letter, planning to summon Madame Hellas Messenger to request a gathering soon. She was too lazy to head out to go on a date with Lumion and discuss the demoness of black. After eating a cream bun, she sat at her desk and carefully selected the characters she barely recognized, studying them repeatedly. In the apartment Lumion rented in Quartier de la Cathedral commemorative. Lumion sat on the sofa, watching Ludwig read the Ghost Face magazine, and pondered the next steps of taming. After a few minutes, he smiled at Ludwig. "You've been pretty free lately, haven't you? Besides eating, you have nothing else to do. Let me give you an assignment." The key to taming was to make the other party follow orders, even forcing themselves to do things they didn't want to do. Of course, pure intimidation and suppression wouldn't work. Once or twice was fine, but more than that, Ludwig would definitely run away again. Ludwig's expression turned to horror, as if saying, "See, you have indeed been corrupted by the Church of Knowledge." Without giving him a chance to speak, Lumion continued, "This assignment is to taste Trier's famous meat pies. Gather information yourself, plan the route yourself, and finally compile a food report." The first step in following orders was to make the orders acceptable to the child, something he could and would do, then gradually increase the difficulty. Ludwig's eyes lit up. He licked his lips and said, "All right." The little boy glanced out the window and eagerly stood up. "I'll go right now." Lumion chuckled. "It's already dark, and it's too dangerous outside." "You're just a child." "Too dangerous." "Just a child." Lugano couldn't help but glance at Ludwig, his face full of disapproval. Lumion sighed and said, "I mean, you're just a child with insufficient self-control. It's more dangerous for the citizens of Trier walking at night." He then told Ludwig, "Tonight, gather information from newspapers and magazines, make a plan, and go out tomorrow morning." Ludwig jumped off the single sofa and started flipping through the newspapers and magazines they had subscribed to, taking it very seriously. Satisfied, Lumion nodded, returned to his bedroom, and placed a continuously burning incandescent white flame in the separate space of his traveler's bag. After a while, he took out the completely charred, deformed piece of Celeste's corpse, examining it for a few moments. According to Franca's magic mirror divination, this could be refined and extracted to replace the tail tip of the two-tailed black snake in the Affliction Potion's supplementary ingredients. The supplementary ingredients flower-faced bat blood also didn't need to be collected. Franca's blood was a better substitute. Lumion stuffed the corpse piece back into the traveler's bag and took out the books he had borrowed from the Morora Knowledge Cathedral. Although Madame Magician had already sealed Black Tear for him, useful knowledge was always welcome. Of course, the more useful the knowledge, the more likely it was heavily corrupted, requiring careful consideration and trade-offs. Lumion lit the gas wall lamp, picked a book titled Entering the Mysterious Hall, and leisurely began to read. As time passed, he suddenly turned his head to look at the door. His door creaked open, and a figure emerged from the shadows. It was Jenna, wearing a white shirt and a light gauze skirt. Her slightly darker flaxen hair was pinned up, her blue eyes bright and large, with a faint layer of powder on her face and a small black mole on the bridge of her nose. Her white blouse, adorned with floral decorations, wasn't revealing, yet its nearly perfect curves made one's mind wander and mouth dry. At that moment, Lumion felt as if he saw the past showy diva Jenna and actress apprentice Celia Bello overlapping, exuding an indescribable allure beneath her fresh appearance. "I need your help with something," Jenna said with a slight smile as she closed the door. Lumian suddenly felt a sense of danger not to his life, but a different kind of unease. I'm afraid I can't help you, Lumian said calmly, relying on the traits of an ascetic. Jenna lowered her eyes, hiding the brilliance in her blue eyes. She walked to the bedside, sat down, looked at Lumian again, and said with a smile, "Listen to me first, hear my reasons." Lumian fell silent for a few seconds before stating, "Go ahead." Jenna propped her hands on either side, leaning forward slightly in a somewhat playful manner. "It seems you've guessed it. Yes, I want you to help me digest the pleasure potion." As expected. Lumian said with a headache, "Why not ask Franca?" "2 reasons, one superficial, one genuine." "Which do you want to hear?" Jenna asked with a smile. Lumian rubbed his forehead. "The superficial one." Jenna pursed her lips and smiled self-deprecatingly. "She's very willing to help me digest the pleasure potion, with no internal resistance, causing little pain. This wouldn't comply with the acting principle of pleasure bringing pain, slowing my potion digestion. But you, I know you're unwilling, resistant to this. The more so, the quicker I can digest the potion by making you experience pleasure, ultimately even feeling a bit reluctant, and the self-blame that follows. Also, a very important point is, you have a false angelic rank. If everything goes smoothly, I might be able to digest the potion within 2 or 3 weeks and consider advancing to demoness of affliction. As team leader, isn't this the best choice? It can effectively help you improve the team's quality and enhance the ritual's effect. You don't have to recommend black tear to me. Digesting the pleasure potion requires a target." Lumian remained silent. Jenna couldn't help but scoff. "Just think of it as teleporting a teammate, lending strength to a teammate. I'm not seeking your emotions or soul. Without emotions, you've never cared about these things, always thinking you have no morals, right? Hey, do you have a cleanliness obsession? It's just helping out." After a few seconds, Lumian asked, "What about you?" Jenna lowered her eyes and softly laughed. "I'll also experience pleasure and pain and feel pain and pleasure, very much in line with the acting principles." Lumian remained silent for a while before asking, "What about Franca?" Jenna bit her lip, her eyes deep. "If she finds out, it'll help her digest the affliction potion." Lumian sighed deeply. "I thought you'd try to seduce me, ignite my desires to achieve your goal. Didn't expect you to negotiate and reason with me." Jenna wrinkled her nose and grumbled, "If I tried to seduce you, you'd teleport away. It's better to explain the pros and cons, tell you it's as normal as drinking water or having a meal. No guilt involved, no emotions needed. This is very common in Intis." Chapter 847, Pleasure and Pain. Seeing Lumian remain silent, Jenna smiled and said, "Doesn't a good team leader need to care about the personal needs of the team members and balance internal conflicts? Sure, when you hunters reach a high sequence, you can easily subdue people and turn them into puppets without worrying about these things. But now, you can't do that yet." Jenna's eyes flickered slightly as she added with a smile, "This benefits you as well. You once said that the emotions and desires suppressed by the ascetic won't disappear completely. Some will accumulate little by little, and if they reach a certain level, they must be vented, or they'll become a hidden danger. And it seems you haven't vented in a long time. Killing people isn't enough to fully release these emotions, and there aren't enough bad guys for you to kill all at once." At this point, Jenna looked at Lumian with clear eyes, teasing, "All right, I've finished explaining my reasons, the benefits, and possible consequences of this. Captain, you need to make a decision." Without waiting for Lumian to speak, Jenna pursed her lips and added in a low voice, "Also, there's another reason. We've been through many dangerous things. We don't know when we'll die or lose each other. I don't want to bid farewell with regrets." After a moment of silence, Lumian sighed and said, "You've become quite an excellent instigator." Jenna blinked. "Does that mean you agree?" Lumian nodded solemnly. "Only while you're a demoness of pleasure. Jenna's slightly leaning body suddenly pulled back, and her shoulders, supported by her hands, dropped a little. The emotions she had been suppressing finally released a little. She lowered her gaze to her knees and smiled, half self-mockingly, half wistfully. When that happens, I can digest the affliction potion. Lumion remained silent. After a few seconds, he said, I'll find an opportunity to inform Franca about this as a sign of respect. Jenna fell silent for a moment before saying with a smile, I thought you'd seek Franca's opinion before making a decision. Lumion sighed again. This is a sign of respect towards you. He had sighed, having sensed the true emotions hidden in Jenna's words. Jenna knew that Franca was an unavoidable issue in this matter, but she hoped that whatever the outcome, good or bad, it would only concern herself and her partner. As for Franca, she would deal with that separately. That's why when she was asked about Franca earlier, she suddenly became angry and irritated, spitefully saying it would help her digest the affliction potion. Lumion only realized this through her response, and in that moment understood the mood behind their current banter. Lumion changed the subject. You are one of the most proactive people I've ever met. The good way of putting it is decisive and courageous, the bad way is impulsive and reckless, Jenna said, her eyes like the waters of an autumn lake, now fully exhibiting the charm of a demoness of pleasure, smiling slightly. Now, shouldn't we talk about something else? She removed the fake mole from the bridge of her nose and asked Lumion with a smile, do you remember what I told you about the different meanings of the fake mole when we first met? Lumion smiled wryly. That was our second meeting. I didn't see you the first time, so it doesn't count, Jenna said, her hand holding the fake mole slowly sliding down, past her beautifully curved jaw, her long white neck, and the floral decorations on her chest, stopping at the second button of her blouse. She smiled brightly and asked, what does this mean? Lumion's gaze involuntarily followed Jenna's hand. He closed his eyes and said, it means secrets. Jenna laughed. She stood up slowly and walked over to Lumion, who was sitting at the desk. Her voice turned low, as if it was scratching Lumion's ear. I know it's hard for you to take the initiative right now, that you're hesitating to take that step. It's okay, I'll guide you. As expected, you're still a virgin. Jenna chuckled softly and walked up to Lumion, placing her hands on his shoulders. After a second, she lowered her head and pressed her lips against Lumion's. Lumion smelled the fragrance and felt the softness and sweetness, along with the slight coolness and trembling of her lips, and the nervousness and apprehension. Inside apartment 702 at 9 Rue Orosai. Franca studied those characters late into the night and finally received a reply from Madame Hella, who agreed to convene a full gathering of the curly-haired baboons research society soon. Franca entered the room, sat at the small analyzer, and shared with the Telegraph Group members that she had come across some ancient characters that seemed to predate their transmigration. She then chatted with 007 and the others until after 1 in the morning. The next day, she woke up around 8. The habits she had developed recently and the matters on her mind kept her from sleeping in. After washing up and having breakfast, Franca hesitated about her next move. Should I find Lumion first to tell him about the Demoness of Black and the Oracle Bone script, or should I find Anthony to see if he's heard anything about the mineralogist, Jasmine, from the adventurers and smugglers who frequently enter underground Trier? After a few seconds of deliberation, Franca decided to find Anthony first because the hypnotist usually left early and returned late, busy collecting intelligence and advancing his membership in the Psychology Alchemists. If she missed him now, she'd have to wait until the evening. Besides, proactively seeking out Lumion could expose his current residence to the Demoness of Black. She planned to wait until the evening when Lumion would come to her. With the curtains slightly parted, Lumion stood there shirtless, silently gazing at Ludwig, who was savoring a meat pie from the shop across the street. He seemed somewhat refreshed and invigorated. To his side and slightly behind him, Jenna lay on her stomach in bed, the covers draped diagonally across her. Her lower legs were drawn up and swaying gently in the air, while her face still bore a faint flush. She gazed at Lumion's side profile and chuckled softly. Are you embarrassed? Lumion let out a derisive snort. Last night, Who was the one embarrassed in the end? First, you insisted on drawing the curtains, then you wanted me to create a wall of spirituality to block the noise, then you said the wall of spirituality wasn't enough and demanded a bottle of fiction, then you suddenly got scared and wanted to do a rain check, perhaps another time. Jenna laughed softly. That was to make you eager, to unleash the emotions and desires you've been suppressing with the ascetic's tolerance. I must say, you performed well yesterday, much better than I expected. Of course, at first, your performance was quite in line with your state of innocence. Lumion chuckled in amusement and replied, Are all you demonesses so stubborn with words, insistent on getting the last word? Learn from the best, you. Jenna nodded emphatically, indicating that it was true. She then laughed. Why won't you look at me? Are you really embarrassed? She seemed to have regained the feeling she had when she first faced Lumion. Lumion sked. I have serious business to do. I need to keep an eye on Ludwig and secretly follow him later. Why? Jenna asked in confusion. Didn't you let Lugano take Ludwig around when we were in places like Port Santa? Back then, I didn't know he was a sealed angel, and there are many heretics in Trier, Lumion explained in detail. When I went to Morora, I made sure Ludwig stayed indoors as much as possible. As long as there was food, he could stay at home. My concern is that if he wanders around Trier, he might run into other followers of the Devouring Whirlpool. Lugano is only a Sequence 7 and not particularly good at combat. In that case, Ludwig might follow the Devouring Whirlpool's followers, and he's crucial for you to complete the ritual soon. Jenna suddenly understood. Lumion withdrew his gaze, bent over, and tried to pick up his clothes from the floor. After scanning the area, he decided to take out a new set from the traveler's bag. Jenna watched him change clothes with a grin, then walked to the door. Lumion paused at the door, hesitated to turn around, then held back, and said with a hum, Ludwig is about to leave this street. You should rest well. Jenna laughed. Can you say that while looking at me? Seeing Lumion open the door and walk out, she laughed even more wantonly. Are you afraid to look at me because you can't resist, don't want to leave, and will be delayed? Jenna laughed happily the entire time until Lumion transformed into a shadow and left the apartment when tears seemed to well up in the corners of her eyes. She looked at the full-length mirror in the room and saw a beautiful, enchanting woman with a smile on her lips and sadness in her eyes. Franca found Anthony in the cafe below his apartment. Anthony took a sip of strong black coffee, raised his head, and said, I was just about to find you. Got something? Franca's eyes lit up as she sat down. She habitually glanced around and noticed many people looking her way, but no one dared approach to overhear her conversation with Anthony. I might need to disguise myself and go out looking less attractive at times. Each sequence in the Demoness pathway significantly enhances feminine charm. Sequence 4 onwards, the greatest increase in charm is from Demoness of pleasure. Franca withdrew her gaze and looked at Anthony thoughtfully. Anthony took out a stack of papers and said, based on the time and place you provided about mineralogist Jasmine's recent appearances in underground Trier, I've been searching for adventurers, smugglers, and students who passed through those areas during the corresponding times. In the past few days, I finally made some progress. There are 3 people who fit the conditions, but they didn't encounter Jasmine nearby. However, they did meet someone else. Based on their descriptions, I made corresponding sketches and found they all seemed to have met the same person, who happens to be someone you're looking for. Someone else I'm looking for? Another mirror person? Franca was puzzled. Anthony unfolded 3 sheets of drawing paper and pushed them to Franca. Franca received it and turned it around, quickly glancing at them. Just one look, and her eyes froze. Although the sketches on the 3 sheets had differences, it was clear they depicted the same person. That person had short hair, soft facial contours, and features that weren't deep. They had a distinctive appearance, not resembling anyone from any northern continent country, nor the darker-skinned people of the southern continent. Franca recognized this person. It was indeed someone she was looking for. He was suspected to be Harrison from Resurrection Island. Chapter 848, Project Fishing. Harrison? He's still in Trier? 007, how come you haven't found him yet? Is your eternal blazing sun church even capable? As Franca's spirits lifted, feelings of joy and excitement welled up inside her. She had mobilized members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society to keep an eye out for Harrison worldwide, but it turned out the target was still in Trier. Of course, he may have just returned recently. While inwardly criticizing the Purifier's work capabilities, Franca also sensed something unusual about this situation. She lowered her voice and said thoughtfully, "Recently, Jasmine has appeared in underground Trier twice, and people in the vicinity have encountered Harrison both times. This can't be a coincidence. Is Harrison collaborating with the Mirror people?" Anthony ate the last cream puff and took a sip of coffee before saying, "This can actually be deduced. Mr. Hangman said that Harrison is likely to appear in places closely related to death, darkness, dusk, and decay, like the Samaritan women's spring deep in the 4th level of the underground catacombs. Based on the information we currently have, the appearance of the Samaritan women's spring originated from the War of the Four Emperors, from 4th Epoch Trier. So, Harrison has a motive to open the seal and enter 4th Epoch Trier, which aligns with the Mirror people's goals. Although it's unclear how they got in touch, don't forget that the Mirror people have deep cooperation with those brokers. Those brokers are more annoying than buzzing flies." Franca sighed sincerely. She then turned to Anthony and said, "You can go take care of your own business now. I'll discuss with Jenna and Lumion how to use this to find Harrison." "All right." Anthony had already done his best in gathering intelligence. After saying goodbye to Anthony, Franca went straight back to Ruorosai. Not wanting to expose Lumion's current residence, she planned to use a summoning messenger to have her 2 companions come over themselves. "I'll summon Rabbit Chasel first. What reward should I give it this time? I can't let Jenna have her way. I feel like she's training Rabbit Chasel in a very dangerous direction." Franca thought for a few seconds, then turned her gaze to the coffee table. There lay a book. After several months of delay, the 6th volume of Four's Walls The Adventurer series was finally out. This volume was titled The Adventurer 6, the future. Franca had just bought it yesterday and hadn't read it yet. She had only flipped through the afterword, seeing that the great writer Four's Wall said she had originally wanted to name this volume Admiral of Stars or Biologist, but ultimately abandoned these ideas based on a sudden inspiration. Soon, Franca summoned Rabbit Chasel. Behind this coolly dressed rabbit of knowledge, a timid rabbit-shaped spirit body wearing boxing gloves faintly appeared in the void. "TSK, putting on a show, are we?" Franca smiled as she handed the letter paper and The Adventurer 6 to Rabbit Chasel, instructing, "Remember to return it to me after reading." It wasn't that she couldn't part with such a book, but maintaining a give-and-take relationship with Rabbit Chasel would help build a good rapport. In the future, she might be able to ask it to introduce other special talents from the Rabbits of Knowledge who could also serve as messengers. Rabbit Chasel's eyes lit up. "Absolutely no problem." After sending off Rabbit Chasel, Franca summoned Penitent Banefell. After completing these 2 tasks, she lay down in the armchair and pondered her next moves. "I need to notify 007 in the Telegram group tonight. Should I try to contact Professor and the others, mobilize the power of the mystery priors to search for Harrison together? Sigh, now we've only confirmed Harrison is in Trier, lacking substantial clues to investigate. We can't even go all out even if we wanted to. We can't just wander around underground Trier every day, waiting for the right opportunity, can we? Magic mirror divination can't provide answers. I still need to report this quickly. Mr. Hangman and the other major Arcana card holders are also looking for Harrison themselves." Franca sat up abruptly and continued her busy work. During this process, she also contemplated her own situation. If we still can't find him, I might end up digesting some of my affliction potion. Well, after dealing with the mirror person Nikila, I've already digested a bit. The first rule of the Demoness of Affliction's acting principle is quite easy to summarize: bring pain to the target, not just physical, but also mental. the second acting principle should be closely related to oneself. Ls pain the foundation of a demonis? I should strive to summarize all the acting principles soon, digest the potion quickly. Lumion is already preparing for the ritual to advance to sequence 4 Iron-Blooded Knight. I can't let him leave me too far behind. Just as she thought of this, Franca felt the wind at the open window pause for a second. Then, Jenna's figure quickly materialized. This newly advanced demoness of pleasure hadn't made herself ugly through makeup techniques, but had adjusted the direction of her charm's diffusion. She wore a black robe, concealing her attractive figure. At the same time, she used makeup to give her skin a sickly pale look, as if she hadn't seen sunlight for a long time. Her lips were painted very red, forming a stark contrast with her skin. This made Jenna look more like a vampire, with her charm mainly concentrated on the intricateness of her features and overall beauty, rather than sexual attraction. So it can be done this way. Not bad, Vampire Jenna is beautiful too. Franca smiled as she examined her for a few moments until Jenna hesitated for a moment before asking, "What important intelligence did you obtain?" Franca sat back in the armchair, crossed her legs, and explained the Harrison situation in detail. Jenna, already seated in the single sofa, wasn't as excited as Franca. After all, she knew too little to experience that deep and complex emotion. She pondered for a moment and said, "At this point in time, Harrison is suspected to be cooperating with the Mirror people. Is this also part of the Vortex?" "It's possible." Franca nodded heavily and mumbled, "Why hasn't Lumion arrived yet?" "He went out," Jenna paused before saying, "Probably." Franca blurted out in surprise, "How do you know?" Jenna smiled and answered, "He told me yesterday that his first step in taming Ludwig was to assign him homework related to food, which required Ludwig to go out and complete on his own." "According to you, it's like creating a food guide for Trier meat pie. Gradually ramping up the gaslighting, huh?" Franca muttered, "Did you discuss this when you left yesterday?" "He plans to follow Ludwig? He's afraid Ludwig might converge with other believers of the devouring whirlpool, and Lugano is only sequence 7, unable to stop it." Jenna first briefly explained Lumion's concerns, then her eyes flickered slightly as she said, "This should only be one of the reasons. Are there other reasons?" Franca tucked her hair and tried to understand the hunter's countless hidden intentions. A smile appeared on Jenna's face. "Yes, although he didn't say it, that's what I think. His hidden purpose should be to engage in his favorite activity, fishing." Franca was enlightened. Using Ludwig to fish for other believers of the devouring whirlpool? Jenna nodded and further added, "Judging from the style of Overseer Pearl, no matter what plans the brokers make, they will most likely gather different forces and people through covert transactions, maximizing the advantages of their own pathway. So, there's a good chance that believers of the devouring whirlpool and other heretics have been brought onto the Vortex plan. If we can catch higher-level believers of the devouring whirlpool, we might be able to further understand the situation of the Vortex matter and discover its key points." Franca inwardly hissed. This is Lumion's style. On the surface he's training Ludwig, but in reality, he's fishing for heretics, investigating the Vortex matter. The most infuriating thing is, his surface goal is indeed very real and important. After this exclamation, Franca looked at Jenna and praised with a smile, "You're getting smarter and smarter. Damn it, when you suddenly praise me like this, I don't know whether to accept it gracefully or be modest. If it were Lumion, he would definitely say you've barely caught up to my train of thought." The latter half of Jenna's sentence imitated Lumion's tone. Franca pondered for a moment, her lips slowly curling into a smile. Fishing is indeed a good method. We can use the same approach to find Harrison. Harrison has a deep understanding and very sinister application of death, and is also looking for scenarios closely related to death, darkness, dusk, and other such powers. Does this mean he can be converged by beyonders of these pathways? This could be convergence from high-ranking individuals, and should also include certain special convergences, such as the underworld Taoist seal on Lumion, or the Samaritan women's spring. Amandina's power comes directly from the underworld Taoist, and the underworld Taoist seems to possess powers of death, darkness, and dusk simultaneously. Amanina might be able to converge on Harrison as well. At this point, Franca's eyes became exceptionally bright. I choose all of the above. Once Lumien's condition stabilizes, we'll have him take Amanina to the Samaritan Women's Spring to meet the underworld Taoist. We'll ambush nearby to see if Harrison will converge. Quartier de la République, Rue Richelieu. Standing in the shadows at the side of the street, Lumien rubbed his nose, feeling as if aromantic scent still lingered. The emotions and desires he had accumulated since becoming an ascetic were finally released to a large extent through last night's events, making his condition quite good. But his mood was very heavy, stemming both from feeling torn and guilty, as well as concern for others' feelings. True pleasure indeed makes one want to indulge, just want to, but it really does bring pain. Damn it, I'll go back and mock Jenna harshly to vent these emotions. Lumien exhaled slowly, turning his gaze towards Ludwig, who was savoring a red fish hot beef pie not far away. Chapter 849, Intercontinental Travel. Ludwig had finished eating the red fish hot beef pie in his hand. He squatted in front of a street bench, took out a pen and a notebook from his red hard book bag, and began writing his post-meal impressions with focus and seriousness. Watching in the shadows, Lumien pursed his lips. You say you're afraid, but your body instinctively repeats the habits formed in the Church of Knowledge. If there weren't so many exams and studies, you might have become a qualified believer of the God of knowledge and wisdom. While mocking Ludwig, Lumien surveyed the surrounding citizens. His gaze passed over a young man quietly reading a book in the cafe across the street, over a middle-aged scholar standing at the intersection observing passers-by and carriages without crossing, and landed on a painter who had set up his easel under an Intis parasol tree, blankly painting the street scene. Lumien left the shadows, walked a few steps, and came to stand behind the painter, peering at his work like the previous passers-by. The painting was ordinary, and he didn't detect any supernatural powers. Lumien continued walking, inwardly sighing, it seems to be a normal painter for now, just with a somewhat off mental state. Is this what Trier's painters are like? Sometimes they seem more like heretics than actual heretics. Sigh, in Trier, it's too difficult to identify heretics based on behavioral abnormalities. As Franca would say, many citizens' mental states are quite beautiful. In this matter, Fourth Epoch Trier and the overall seal are half responsible, and they themselves are responsible for the other half. As Lumien was thinking, he saw a completely naked man walking towards him, with the only piece of cloth on him being a black top hat positioned in front of his lower abdomen. This man walked with his head held high, looking around proudly, not at all embarrassed by his current appearance, as if he had done something very worthy of pride. After passing Lumien by 7 or 8 meters, his palm was suddenly scalded. He instinctively withdrew his hand and saw that his black top hat had burst into bright red flames, slowly falling to the ground. He lost his last piece of cover. Lumien, his back to him as he continued forward, silently moved his lips. You're welcome, just letting you show off more thoroughly. You dare to streak with just that little bit? Next time, I'll send you to the new city of Silver for a free tour. Lumien walked on with his hands in his pockets, stepping into the shadows, and turned his attention back to Ludwig. He had been following for a long time but still hadn't found anyone suspicious of being a devouring whirlpool believer. However, considering that since knowing Ludwig, the little boy had never converged with heretics of the same pathway, Lumien suspected that the seal on him must have some restrictions on this. Otherwise, with an evil deity's angel running around everywhere, who knows how many mystical disasters would have been triggered by now. There might be another reason. Many evil deities bestowed, even if they've gained godhood, can disguise themselves as normal humans as long as they haven't lost control or gone half-mad. But those of the devouring whirlpool might not be able to. Ludwig, not yet recovered to depriver, can already eat so much in one meal. The corresponding sequence for demigod, even without letting loose their appetite, would surely have an eating capacity that would alarm the purifiers and machinery hive mind. Forget it, the main purpose is to tame Ludwig anyway. Fishing out other believers of the devouring whirlpool is just an additional idea. It doesn't matter if I don't find any. Lumion had been watching for so long but hadn't found any citizens with problematic eating behaviors. After receiving Franca's second letter, Lumion arrived at apartment 702, 9 Rue Orosai after dinner. Jenna had arrived 2 or 3 minutes earlier, still wearing vampire makeup and dressed in an old-fashioned, conservative black robe. Lumion glanced at Jenna, opened his mouth, then closed it again. Seeing this, Jenna immediately raised her chin slightly and said, "Were you going to mock my current appearance?" Lumion chuckled and said, "I just recalled a joke. Once there was a duke who, in order to whiten his skin, followed the advice of a quack doctor and took arsenic-containing pills for a long time. He did successfully improve his complexion, but he also experienced a side effect: he died." "Where did you read that joke?" Jenna asked curiously. "In Ghostface. Not long before I saw that joke, a guest at the Auberge du Coq d'Or told me you can make your face look rosy and healthy by slapping your cheeks, to help find a job more easily." Lumion laughed. "You coarse-haired folks need to read more books and magazines. Don't be illiterate, or you'll be looked down upon by the clergy of the Church of Knowledge. I just wanted you to act normal and wait for an opportunity, not keep mocking." Jenna suddenly felt an urge to grind her teeth. "Do you think I'm like you? Having not even finished compulsory education." At this point, Jenna trailed off. Meanwhile, Franca, who had been furtively writing something at the coffee table, stood up and said, "You too, don't lose sight of the important matters." Lumion, who already knew from the second letter about Harrison the visitor from Resurrection Island reappearing and Franca wanting to quickly take Amanina to the edge of the Samaritan Women's Spring area, nodded gently and said, "My condition has basically recovered." "That was fast." Franca was a bit surprised. Jenna's gaze briefly shifted away before returning to Lumion as she nodded slightly and said, "Indeed, faster than I expected." Lumion sked. "Isn't that a good thing? We can ask Amanina about her thoughts right now." Franca excitedly moved to take out the ice amulet. Before coming over, Lumion had already burned the independent space containing black tear for over half an hour. He took out this grade 1 sealed artifact level 1. "Let's use this. LT won't consume any charges." As he spoke, his gaze swept across the full-length mirror in the living room, the glass windows revealing the night, and the metal surface decorations. Using Black Tear's mirror magic, he found no abnormalities in these reflective objects and didn't sense any gazes directed at them from within. He then tossed Black Tear to Franca, giving a slight nod to indicate that the demoness of Black likely wasn't watching them at the moment. "I've written down everything I want to tell Amanina to prevent eavesdropping." Franca put on Black Tear, held the letter paper in her hand, covered it with black flames, and pressed it into the glass surface of the full-length mirror in the living room. She needed to act quickly and finish this before Black Tear's negative effects took hold. South Continent, Madani, Port Pilas. Amanina lit the gas wall lamp and sat at her desk, once again reading the mysticism materials provided by Miss Franca. Each time she read this knowledge, she was genuinely surprised, respectful, longing, and fearful. Over the past 2 to 3 weeks, she had met with her acquaintances from the patrol team several times and attended 2 mystical studies gatherings. She discovered that the mysticism knowledge recorded in these materials was actually unknown to the vast majority of Beyonders, whether official or not. This is truly a gift. Just as Amanina had this thought, she saw the dressing mirror given to her by Miss Franca, which she had specially placed nearby, become dark and ripple with an aqueous light. Within the aqueous light, Intitian characters were outlined: Lamb Franca. "Lumion has returned. He asked me to inquire when you plan to come to Trier. He will take you to the area where that shadow might appear. Louis Barry has returned to Trier." Amanina thought for a few seconds, then said to the mirror, "Tonight works." She had originally planned not to see anyone tonight, to focus on studying the remaining mysticism knowledge. She had already instructed her maid in advance and locked her bedroom door. As soon as Amanina gave her answer, Franca's slightly urgent voice came from the mirror. "Put your hand on the mirror." Feeling a bit nervous yet quite excited and curious, Amanina reached her palm towards the surface of the dressing mirror. She felt the hard, cold glass lose its solid feel, like a layer of water without temperature. Amandina's right hand passed completely through the glass surface, and suddenly a terrifying suction force erupted from within. Her entire body was yanked in, falling into a dark, empty tunnel, plummeting towards the end of a vortex. Before Amanina could react, she felt dizzy and disoriented. When she regained her senses, she found herself standing in a small living room, facing Miss Franca, whom she had met before. This lady was as beautiful as last time, and with the closer distance and no mirror barrier, her charm was clearly stronger, making even Amanina, a woman, feel a bit embarrassed to look too much but unable to resist. As Amandina's gaze moved, she saw a beautiful woman with pale skin and bright red lips who looked more girlish, and Lumion Lee sitting in an armchair, wearing a shirt and jacket, with his right foot crossed over his left leg. Are all the women around this guy so beautiful? He seems to have become a bit more handsome. Amanina suddenly felt a little insecure about her own appearance. She then looked around, examining this unfamiliar place. Meanwhile, Franca quickly removed black tear and tossed it back to Lumion. How amazing! Amanina finally came to her senses and asked with sparkling eyes, "Did I come here through the mirror? Is this Trier?" Lumion tucked black tear back into that separate space in the traveler's bag and smiled as he corrected, "It was through the mirror world." Mirror world. Amanina pondered this term, then, "Do I have a way to travel to different places through the mirror world like you?" Lumion scoffed. "Don't you know that non-adjacent pathways can't be interchanged? Don't you know about the existence of mystical items?" As he spoke, Lumion stood up and walked towards the door. "We're leaving now." "Aren't they coming?" Amanina pointed at Franca and Jenna. She hadn't even had a chance to exchange pleasantries yet. "No need." Lumion opened the front door. Chapter 850, Slow and Steady Wins the Race. Inside a four-wheeled, four-seater carriage. Amanina sat across from Lumion, excitedly looking out at the Intis parasol trees along the road, the still brightly lit shops, the magnificent arcaded streets, gentlemen and ladies walking their turtles, and some citizens in strange attire. She sincerely praised, Trier truly lives up to its reputation. It's even more wonderful than I imagined. I hope you won't take back that assessment after staying here for a while. Lumion wanted to make a sarcastic remark, but there were so many things worth mocking about Trier that he couldn't find the most representative one at the moment, so he could only respond to Amanina in this way. Amanina turned her gaze away from the carriage window, saying with some regret, "It's a pity I have to return to Port Pilus at dawn." She planned to apply for entrance exams to some universities in Trier after graduating from grammar school. Amanina glanced at the coachman's seat in front, and lowered her voice to ask Lumion, "Why don't we just teleport there directly?" Lumion smiled leisurely. "You're a guest. Of course I should show you around Trier." Amanina scrutinized Lumion for a moment. "I feel like you're deceiving me." "Your feeling is not wrong." Lumion laughed without concealing anything. Going slowly allows the law of beyonder characteristics convergence to take effect. If he had teleported with Amanina to the entrance of the underground catacombs and rushed to the Samaritan women's spring at the fastest speed to complete what needed to be done, Harrison, the visitor from Resurrection Island, might not have reacted in time, might not have been affected by the law of convergence, and might not have made the decision to sneak into the Samaritan women's spring again at night. Everything would have ended without achieving the expected goal. He had to leave enough time for the law of beyonder characteristics convergence to take effect. Sometimes, slow and steady wins the race. What? What are you trying to converge with? Amanina, having witnessed Lumion's performance during the Dream Festival, became nervous all of a sudden. "A target I'm currently tracking." Lumion leaned back against the carriage wall and answered with a smile. "Don't worry, your safety is absolutely guaranteed." Hearing this, Amanina quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Louis Barry was indeed a trustworthy person, he had fulfilled all the promises he made. What she didn't know was that if Franca or Jenna were here, they would definitely ask in return, is only safety guaranteed? Won't there be any injuries, torture, or impacts on the mind and spirit during the process? Amanina glanced at the coachman's seat again through the carriage wall and said softly, "Aren't you afraid the coachman will overhear what you're saying? You weren't lowering your voice at all just now." Lumion chuckled. "He can't hear us." Amanina was stunned for a moment, trying to understand with her mysticism knowledge. Did you quickly create a wall of spirituality? You can think of it that way." Lumion couldn't be bothered to explain to Amanina what a bottle of fiction was. Amanina relaxed and asked with a smile, "Are those two ladies just now your lovers?" Lumion let out a derisive snort. "Shouldn't you ask that question in front of them? That would be so embarrassing. They would definitely get angry." Amandina's emotional intelligence was quite good. "And I wouldn't get angry?" Lumion asked amusedly. Amanina giggled. "You don't seem like someone who would get angry over something like this." She suddenly pointed out the window. "Is that the Trier Normal University? Your technique for changing the subject is quite clumsy," Lumion mocked Amanina without mercy. And so, the four-wheeled, four-seater rental carriage arrived at Place du Purtori at a normal speed. As Lumion descended the stairs, he took out a white candle and tossed it to Amanina, telling her about the various taboos inside the underground catacombs. Amanina listened very carefully and lit one of the candles by rubbing it with spirituality. "I've seen some of these in magazines, but never as detailed as what you've told me today. Do these taboos really have to be followed? What happens if they're not followed? For example, what if I hadn't lit a candle?" As they spoke, the two had already arrived at the giant stone archway inscribed with the warning "Stop. The Death Empire lies ahead." The catacombs administrator behind the door, with graying hair and wearing a blue vest and yellow trousers, glanced at Lumion but did not stop the two from entering the underground catacombs at night. Lumion looked straight ahead, walking forward through the piles of skeletons along the sides of the path, and said in a calm tone, "In that case, you would disappear from this world. Your parents would forget they had such a daughter, your former fiancé would forget he once had such a fiancé, your friends would forget you, your servants would forget you, and perhaps only I would remember you." Although Amanina was a Beyonder equivalent to Sequence 7 and had witnessed some of the tragedies that occurred during the Dream Festival, and her former fiancé was particularly skilled at summoning the dead, being in the underground catacombs a gloomy, dark place full of skeletons and permeated with the aura of death, she couldn't help but feel a bit frightened and uneasy. This, combined with Lumion's explanation, made the hair on the back of her neck stand up, and she gripped the white candle even tighter. "The first time I entered the underground catacombs, I thought this was truly a perfect place for telling horror stories. Unfortunately, until now, such opportunities have been rare." A smile appeared on Lumion's face. Amanina was stunned for a moment. "Were you just telling a horror story?" "Yes, and the most terrifying part of this horror story is that every word of it is true," Lumion replied with a smile. Amanina was scared once again. She quickened her pace, afraid of being left behind by Lumion. As the two made their way to the fourth level of the underground catacombs, there were no shortage of skeletons suddenly moving, trying to trip Amanina, nearly causing the young lady to cry out in alarm. Finally, Lumion led Amanina to the huge, decaying, and mottled tomb chamber that housed the Samaritan women's spring. He looked left and right and silently said to himself, "We didn't encounter the shadow resembling Chris Mona this time. Was she wandering around the fourth level of the catacombs before to find a female demoness, and no longer has such an obsession after achieving her goal?" Lumion shifted his gaze back and tossed a mirror to Amanina. "Hold this and wait for me here." "Wait here?" Amanina looked around, slightly panicked. The surroundings were pitch black, with numerous tombs, decaying and dilapidated, with unknown things lurking in the shadows. "It'll be quick." Lumion didn't offer any comfort, but went straight through the half-open stone door into the tomb chamber. After walking a few steps, he encountered the deeply wrinkled catacombs administrator, who looked more like a corpse than a living person. The elderly administrator, also wearing a blue vest and yellow trousers, did not stop Lumian but stood silently in place, allowing him to pass. After reaching the gentle downward slope, Lumian took out a mirror and the black tear accessory that had been burned for over half an hour from the traveler's bag. Outside the huge tomb chamber, Amanina saw Lumian's face appear on the surface of the mirror by the yellowish light of the white candle, and heard his voice. "Press your hand against the mirror." With experience, Amanina quickly pressed her hand holding the white candle against the mirror surface. Again, she passed through the familiar cold water flow, experienced the familiar terrifying suction force and weightless falling sensation, and soon found herself appearing beside Lumian. Lumian put away the black tear and the mirror, pointing to the depths of the slope. "It's down there." In the gap between two ancient tomb chambers, 20 to 30 meters away from the huge tomb chamber housing the Samaritan women's spring. Franca, holding a white candle, carefully peeked out and glanced towards the target location. She then withdrew and muttered to Jenna, "This candle is really annoying. We can't hide well at all. How are we supposed to ambush Harrison like this?" The dim yellow light of the white candle was quite conspicuous in the deep, pure darkness. Jenna looked at Franca and smiled. "It works both ways. Harrison also can't approach silently without us noticing. Besides, hiding in this corner can effectively reduce the impact of the candlelight. It won't travel that far." Franca knew all this and was just complaining casually. She suddenly remembered something and asked with a twitching corner of her mouth, "Have you seen Anthony?" Jenna was also stunned. At this moment, Anthony's voice came from outside the gap. "I've been here all along." Along with his voice, Franca and Jenna finally saw their companion. He was standing openly on the path outside, holding a lit white candle, and the two demonesses hadn't noticed him before. "Psychological invisibility is really great," Franca praised enviously. Psychological invisibility worked on a completely different principle from other invisibility abilities. LT mainly involved placing oneself in the psychological blind spots and cognitive dead angles of the surrounding people, making them ignore the situation here. Therefore, whether Anthony was holding a lit candle or not did not affect his ability to become invisible. Anthony simply replied, "Candlelight is a powerful attention-drawing element here. It also reduces the effectiveness of my psychological invisibility. I need to be very focused to maintain it." Franca and Jenna stopped talking and hid in the gap between the tomb chambers, listening to the sounds around them. In front of the faintly contracting and expanding thin grayish-white fog, Lumian once again examined his own state. That cold emanating from within his heart occupied his body, causing most of his emotions and desires to wither, but the malice and irritability resulting from the negative effects of the contract still existed and were growing stronger. He was in a very good state now, having endured without much reliance on the abilities of the ascetic. Amanina had a similar reaction, one side of her face turning deathly pale from the freeze, while she gritted her teeth to prevent an unfamiliar version of herself from emerging. Lumian grabbed her arm and extended his left palm holding the white candle towards the grayish-white fog. As his chest warmed, the two successfully walked into the mist. Everything became even more silent,